What are the robots in disguise better known as? We will go to Don to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Don, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
All right, Don, what are the Whatever.
It's okay.
He knows.
Yeah.
What are the Transformers
he
called?
got it. Shut up. God damn it. The robots in disguise are the Transformers. All right, Don.
So why do they call the Transformers robots in disguise?
Hang on, Don.
Good answer, Don.
He said it way in the background. I heard it. All right.
You say a lot of words.
I do.
So it's difficult sometimes.
We're going to give him a VIP 4-pack of tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street in Manayunk for this Saturday, October 7th, featuring 50 live scare actors, production quality sets, props, special effects. Plus, you can learn more about the serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk, and tickets and information available at LincolnMillHaunt.com.
By the way, remember, and Kathy, that's all indoors, right?
Lincoln Mill?
The when you're waiting in line and all of that, that's outside where the food trucks are. All of that's outside. But yeah, like the haunted house is indoors.
And you guys know the story behind Lincoln Mill, right? Like,
yes, it was flooded.
It was flooded, and then they discovered this secret torture chamber that was there.
Right.
Okay. Nobody even knew it was there.
I don't know the story.
It's a real thing. There was a flood in the area in Manayunk, and it unearthed essentially what was a torture chamber where
I had no idea that was
life horrors.
So that's
predicated on
the Victor Kane thing?
I thought that was a complete construct. I didn't realize it was. No, that's wild.
I want to dive into that then. All right, but we got other things to talk about, the entertainment report. And as Kathy had mentioned, Chicago Bears legend Dick Butkus died. The team confirmed on Thursday. Not just a great football player, but he was an actor who had loads of roles throughout the years.
Tons of stuff.
He died peacefully in his sleep overnight at his home in Malibu. Additional information is going to be provided when it's available. He played for the Bears from 1965 until 73 and was an iconic representative of the team for generations. He was 80 years old. He was born to a Lithuanian-American family in the far south side of the Fernwood neighborhood. He was the youngest of 9 children. His website notes that he already knew that he was going to be a professional football player by the time he was in 5th grade. He became a star football player at Chicago Vocational High School and the University of Illinois and led the Fighting Illini to the Big Ten championship in 1963. He was drafted into the NFL by the Bears in 1965 wearing jersey number 51. He had 11 solo tackles in his first game alone.
Wow. That's amazing.
He was a top contender for NFL Rookie of the Year, but he was edged out by his Bears teammate and fellow first-round draft pick, Gale Sayers. In fact, he said his favorite game of all time was one where Gale Sayers scored 6 touchdowns, and they had taken him out of the game, and he said if he would have stayed in the game, Gale probably would have had 7 or more.
I wonder if you take some of these people like Butkus or Gale Sayers and say they were framed in today's environment with the same training capabilities and all that stuff, would they be that much more exceptional?
Maybe, but everybody else is elevated too, so it's kind of hard to say. But they were just a different breed and pretty amazing. After retiring from the NFL, then Butkus veered into acting. He started appearing in the Miller Lite ads.
Yes.
And
very famous.
He played the first one, I think, a gentlemanly tennis player who cheerfully debates the beer's merits with fellow ex-NFL defense star Bubba Smith. And then he went on to do movies and TV shows. I was looking at his list of TV show credits alone. Steve, he was in everything. Everything from MacGyver to Love Boat to Matlock to Coach to, I mean, just every one of those shows. Magnum P.I., Rockford Files. He just did one-offs here and there.
Was he also the Fall Guy? I remember him being on.
Probably.
And
I mean,
he
the
briefly
list
danced with the Bolshoi, Preston.
It's extensive. He had like a recurring part on My Two Dads. I think he did 30 episodes or something like that. And then in movies, Necessary Roughness, Any Given Sunday, The Last Boy Scout, he pops up in tons of stuff. So he's just one of those guys, you know?
Yeah.
Last year, he took over the Bears' Twitter feed, posting a couple of videos where he recalled his most memorable moments on the field. And a few years earlier in 2019, Butkus was honored with a 12-foot, 1,000-pound bronze statue outside of Memorial Stadium at the University of Illinois. So he lived a full life.
Those dudes were of the like the semi-tough time, you know, that where it was, I mean, they didn't have anywhere near the kind of comprehensive, you know, training and medical care that they have now.
Right.
And what they were doing was they were performing as athletes and living as rock stars.
Yeah, and they didn't have the public scrutiny as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like the Broad Street Bullies. Those guys were doing whatever the hell they wanted to do, and it was a different time. But what a life though. 80 years old, Dick Butkus. Speaking of football players, Tom Brady revealed on a recent episode of his Let's Go podcast that he has, quote, a lot of drama in his life.
Oh, really?
Following his split from Gisele Bündchen in October of last year. He said, we should all have self-awareness. It's a hard trait to have. We're in a culture where it's hard to own up to things these days. He said, for someone like me, I'm in the public eye a lot. I always try to say the right thing. I don't want to deal with any more drama in my life. I already have a lot of drama.
Could you shut up?
He has been linked to Arena Shake in recent months.
And, you know, there was the recent flirting between him and Kim Kardashian at that art auction.
Right. I forgot about that, yeah.
He teabbagged her. Yeah.
Oh,
He
wow.
teabagged her.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
Someone's a little too good at that.
Hey, speaking of drama, anybody watch any of the Beckham documentary on
Not yet.
Netflix?
I want to.
Okay.
We have a clip from it for a little later on if Preston goes.
No, we'll
into
play it now if you want.
It's not over just yet. I turned it on yesterday in anticipation of falling asleep to it, and I couldn't fall asleep to it because it was just so compelling. Yeah. And there were aspects of his life that I had no idea about. That I was like, wait, I knew he existed. At this point, he and Posh were together. They were pregnant. His entire country hated him. I was like, what? Yeah. What? I'm like, how did I not know about this?
Why did they hate him?
Why? Because he got a red card in the World Cup, and his coach blamed him, and they ended up losing to Argentina after he was kicked out of the game. But, I mean, the reason he got the red card was kind of BS. And he shouldn't have, but his country turned on him for a long time. It was really, really wild.
Okay, is the clip over?
It is now over.
This is a Posh, apparently, his wife of many years, is sort of talking about her working class upbringing. He takes exception to it and raises a point.
All right, roll it, bitch.
We're very working class.
Be honest.
I am being honest. I am being honest.
What car did your dad drive you to school in?
So my dad did.
No, one answer.
My dad.
What car was it?
All right, it's not a simple answer
What
because.
car did you get your dad to drive?
It depends.
No.
Okay,
What
in the
car?
80s, my dad had a Rolls Royce.
And he goes, thank you.
Busted.
Yeah.
Completely busted.
They are both very, very likable.
Okay.
But listen,
Seems that way.
They're also behind the documentary.
That's right.
So.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Chelsea Handler got candid about her relationship with ex-boyfriend Ted Harbert on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon on Wednesday. She previously revealed that the former couple had a threesome with their masseuse before they broke up in 2010. She said, I really want to clarify. I want to go on the record that is not why our relationship ended. She said, we did have a lot of threesomes, and that, while that's private, it's already out there. So I'm going to double down on that and just say that we didn't break up because I left him for the masseuse.
So
that didn't happen.
They had a lot of threesomes.
Oh wait,
Yes,
hang
sir.
on a second.
Interesting.
So it was a male, female threesome?
A masseuse is a female, right?
Well,
A masseur
is a male.
Masseur is a male.
Right.
So.
I know, but like she also said, I didn't leave him for the masseuse, and okay,
Well, she could be leaving for a woman.
she could.
But I
didn't know that was her
the
thing,
perception is the masseuse rubbed them the wrong way.
Thank you.
I'll have to tell you guys a foursome story that I have. Not me, obviously.
Oh my God!
You were holding cameras.
We thought the piercing was hot.
No, it wasn't me.
Is
But
it-
I had to ask questions because I was like, I don't understand.
Is this that one person that works in that particular profession that you've told the
Yes,
stories
yes,
about?
yes.
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Free spirit.
We need to do an evening with.
We do.
Yeah.
This isn't the cruise people, is it?
No.
No,
I like those
I don't
people.
want to reveal too
No,
much.
don't.
Let's just say we need to rent out the Met and sell tickets.
Wow. All right. Kelly Ripa has discussed the upside of going through menopause on Tuesday's episode of her Let's Talk Off Camera podcast. She said, I love not getting my period. Speaking with hormone specialist Dr. Erica Schwartz. She said, there, I said it. And the host added that her friends cannot bring themselves to talk about having gone through menopause and that they think menopause is embarrassing. In response to this, she said, I don't know why it is in this day and age. She also highlighted how her first summer following the change was the summer of white pants because I never had to worry about wearing white pants anymore. I would think that would be a welcome thing.
Yeah, does
right?
anyone actually enjoy getting their period?
Yeah.
So the actual process when you're going through it, on the other side though, you're free of so much.
Right. I was talking to Rochelle about this because she's approaching that
Yeah,
age.
yeah.
You know, she's 50 years old now. So, I didn't know nothing about menopause. I'm like, when do you know that you've gone through it? When is it officially
Everyone
done?
in your household will know. That's all I have to say.
But it's over time. Eventually,
Right.
There's not like one thing happens. It's like
No.
over time. It's like, oh, it's been this long, so
Yeah.
congratulations, you went through it. You
But
know?
I will tell you, having lived with somebody who went through it, you will know.
It is.
Unfortunately, it's not always pleasant.
But Kathy, right? But it can hit in different ways, like the same variable of the way women experience their periods. Some will,
Oh, yeah, of course
Right,
it can
yeah.
hit. Listen,
Right, right.
The majority of the people that I know that have gone through it go through almost like PMS, where
Right.
you're very moody, and that was like a huge part of it, where we were all like, what's wrong? Like, what is wrong with her? And then obviously afterwards, we realized what it was. And this is with multiple women, not just, one person.
the thing I always hear is hot flashes.
And then,
Right,
I
yeah.
think things like that where they're experieing,
Right.
the hot flashes and the mood swings and all of that can be, I think it can be tough.
Yeah. So she's happy to be done.
Yeah.
With the,
And look at
with
her;
the
she's
periods.
loving life and her impossibly good-looking husband, and there they go.
Things are good. Entertainment Tonight reports that Django Unchained actor Keith Jefferson has died at the age of 53. He's in a few Tarantino films. He's in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He was also in The Hateful Eight as well. So he's a guy that Tarantino would
Like
go
a
to.
stock player for Tarantino.
Yeah, he was. I believe he was one of the slaves in Django Unchained. I didn't see Hateful Eight, and I've only watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood one time.
I don't recognize his face.
So in August, he had been diagnosed with cancer.
Man,
horrible.
quick.
Other roles were Buffalo Soldier, Tank Girl, and Day Shift. And his friend and co-star Jamie Foxx took to Instagram to express his grief. He said, "This one hurts, Keith. You've been nothing but absolute grace. Your whole life, your heart is pure, and your love is immeasurable. You are an amazing soul."
Yeah, I recognize this guy.
Yeah, so that's sad
You
to
said
hear.
53, Preston?
53, yeah.
Oh, dear
Yeah, he had cancer, so that's sad news.
On the Tarantino list, the Hateful Eight is
I didn't finish it.
it's all right.
I didn't
like
catch it on the right day. You know,
Yeah.
I was kind of tired, and it's slow
And yet-
to start.
I've seen
kinda
Once Upon a
tired.
Time in Hollywood like 20 times. I love that movie.
On Thursday, Roy Wood Jr. announced that he's leaving The Daily Show after
Oh.
8 amazing years in order to, quote, nurture new ideas.
Huh.
Wait, was he the host after
Uh,
Noah?
No.
He and Klepper shared. A lot of people were saying that Roy Wood Jr. and Jordan Klepper could be co-hosts. And they had a bunch of guest hosts, including actually Chelsea Handler did it for a week. But Roy would have been a perfect permanent host.
I think they should. I think the rotation thing can work for them.
I agree.
I mean, they had Sarah Silverman do it, right? Briefly?
Yeah, there were a lot of different people, and then really kind of from all over the place.
He thanked former host Trevor Noah, Paramount, and especially Comedy Central for, quote, giving me the runway to also produce 3 one-hour stand-up specials, for letting me host 2 award-winning podcasts, letting me write and shoot my own comedy pilot, write film, and much more.
Can I throw a name at you as a possible host here, Preston?
Yeah.
D Snyder.
D. Snyder. Yeah. He could do Sport or Not a Sport, which was one of his bits that he did here.
Absolutely.
So
take the edge off a little bit.
Why not?
You know, Craig used to do, Kilborn used to do that 5, right?
Yeah. All right, he could do
Sport or Not a Sport.
So we had comedian Arden Marine by here the other day, and she is from North Dakota. In fact, the same town as Josh Duhamel. We were talking off air.
Oh, she's from Little Compton, Rhode Island.
Wait a minute. Then who
The
were we
other girl,
talking to?
that was Natalie Shaw from Mean Girls. Mean
Yes.
Girls.
That's
She's
who it
from
was,
North
the kid,
Dakota.
yes.
Yeah.
Or kid.
Wow.
She's playing a kid. You're right. It was the same day.
Yeah.
Different person.
Get off his back.
Anyway, we were talking about the fact that they were from the same town. So I have a story about Josh Duhamel. And he spoke about why he and Fergie went their separate ways. And part of it is that town being from that area. They were married for 8 years before divorcing in 2017. He said, we had a great time, but I think that we kind of outgrew each other and had very different interests. The older I get, the more I wanted to come back here, and this is not for her.
And the town store is an outworlder, right?
He was referring to his hometown in North Dakota. He said, but I've got no hard feelings for it. I truly don't. I'm very lucky that she's a kind human, and I think we both agree that we're very different people.
That wife of yours, that Fergie, she needs to be more plain. We don't like that sort of dancing and shimmying in these parts.
Not around here.
Does she even know how to make bread?
He said the Hollywood lifestyle played a role in their relationship as well. He said,
You need to put your woman in place, cut a switch.
He said, I don't think I ever really got comfortable with it all. He said, it was just a lot. I just missed the simplicity of who I really am. He said, I'm just not a guy who's comfortable going to red carpets, doing all the Hollywood stuff. He said, I don't hate it. I'm better at it now than I was. But it just took me a long time to really feel that I fit in.
I think both you and I can understand what he's saying because we're kind of matinee idol types as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's too much.
It's too much. We long for the simpler things in life.
He added that Hollywood can, quote, suck the soul out of you if you're not careful.
Well,
so you got to be careful.
It depends on how it's done.
Yeah. Let's see here. I told you it was kind of thin today, right?
No, it's actually good. You're beefing it up big time.
You want to go back to Butkus stuff?
Yeah, sure. Oh, I thought you had something to share.
Oh, no.
So did I. I was like, what, you gonna tell us?
Oh, do tell, mister.
Part Dick Butkus, part 2.
Actually,
What a name, Butt Kiss.
I know, right? That's the first thing I think of.
Dick.
I said his name in front of Caroline yesterday, and she's like, what? I'm like, I know.
It's not spelled the way you think it is. Yeah.
In an excerpt from his new book titled Making It So, a memoir.
By John Aslick.
Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart detailed the time that he stormed off the set of Star Trek The Next Generation. He apparently got angry with his co-stars because he felt they weren't being serious enough at the time. He said, my castmates were double over there in laughter when they flubbed multiple takes, and in rehearsals, they sometimes ad-libbed things that weren't in the script to make their lines funnier. He said, my experiences at the Royal Shakespeare Company and the National Theater had been intense and serious. He said, naturally, we enjoyed a bit of levity, but in general, we knew our time was limited and we didn't fool around. He then recounted calling a meeting in which he said, I lectured the cast for going off. And he wrote that he responded to Denise Crosby's, hey, we've got to have some fun sometimes, Patrick, by saying, we are not here, Denise, to have fun. Well, in retrospect, he finds the story funny, though.
So do they. They mock him, and they're all really good friends.
Yes.
So they often recall that time because actually he was hired because Majel Barrett and Gene Roddenberry had seen him, in Shakespearean productions and said he'd have the gravitas to be a captain. So
He was in Philadelphia yesterday, and it always bums me out.
he was visiting G. Snyder.
When I find out the day after, nope, Stevie was at Barnes & Noble, and he was doing an event last night at the Met. And
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Dude.
I know.
You bastard.
So I'm sure that we have some listeners who were in attendance last night. But he was just signing copies of his book at Barnes & Noble downtown.
How did we not know this was happening?
Listen, nothing happens in this city without us knowing about it. I mean, at least 20% of the things that happen in the city.
Apparently, he's hidden a few copies of his book somewhere in the Barnes & Noble downtown in Philadelphia.
I love that guy.
Yeah, me too.
I absolutely love everything about that guy. I would so much want to sit down and have a conversation with him.
Picard.
Dune.
Professor X.
Yeah, I mean, so many great roles.
But Steve, it's a great
and he's
shot.
a funny guy.
He is. He's hilarious. There's a shot of him right in the middle of 30th Street Station, and it looks like he's just hanging out in the train station, getting ready to go back up to New York.
Some bitch.
I know.
Some bitch. All right. So anyhow, he said it wasn't funny at the time. He said, in the moment when the cast erupted in hysterics at my pompous declaration, I didn't handle it well. He said, I didn't enjoy being laughed at. I stormed off the set and into my trailer, slamming the door.
Now, funny, because if you get a chance, look at some of the Next Generation bloopers. And he's right there cutting up.
Oh, yeah.
They had the famous thing, their uniforms. There was the Picard tug. When he'd sit down, he'd pull down on the thing to make sure it looked right when he was sitting down, and they always had fun with stuff like that.
All right, one last story. Valerie Bertinelli is reflecting on her past correlation between her weight and self-worth. She posted a video on Instagram on Monday. She was wearing a pink button-down shirt and blue jeans that she had on for her, quote, first before picture with Jenny Craig. So she's gained weight back, and now she's wearing her quote-unquote fat clothes again. Since being a brand representative for the now-defunct weight loss company, she said in the clip that she's done so much emotional and mental work to recover from years of pretending everything was okay when it wasn't. She said, health is not body size. Health is not that number you see on a scale. And she stressed to her followers, your worth as a human being isn't dictated by your body. She said, I thought I was fat the last time I wore these clothes. I've never felt more beautiful, more at peace, more mentally and more emotionally stable than I do today, and I'm wearing my fat clothes.
And what she's calling fat is not fat. She looks fine. She looks great. And besides, she does a ton of cooking.
In her caption, she said she's done a lot of emotional and mental purging and gotten rid of clothes that no longer bring me joy since her divorce from her husband.
If you have a weight problem, that purging can work out, too, if you want to do that.
No.
Oh,
that's not recommended.
Not good
healthy.
advice. I'm sorry about that.
She said, I do not know why I kept them, but now I'm glad I did. It's nice to see how far I've come emotionally. Adding that she is no longer using food and alcohol as a coping mechanism. She said, I am enough.
It is pretty cool, though. Like, I pulled out my communion suit, and I put it on the other day, and it still fit. So it was,
It
still fit, which is amazing.
That's incredible.
Because I was 7 at the time.
I know.
Yeah.
That's just amazing that you have kept on to your shape that way. Kudos to you,
I was
sir.
an extraordinarily large kid.
Wow. All right, we have movies opening this week. We'll start with The Exorcist Believer. It's a horror starring Leslie Odom Jr., Ellen Burstyn, and Ann Dowd. Since the death of his pregnant wife in a Haitian earthquake 12 years ago, Victor Fielding has raised their daughter, Angela, on his own. But when Angela and her friend Catherine disappear into the woods, only to return 3 days later with no memory of what happened to them, it unleashes a chain of events that will force Victor to confront the nadir of evil and, in his terror and desperation, seek out the only person alive who has witnessed anything like it before, Chris McNeil. Did I say nadir correctly?
Nader, I always say.
Okay.
But you could be right. I've always just pronounced it Nader.
I don't even know what that is.
The bottom, the lowest point.
Okay.
The opposite of zenith.
Is the nadir.
Yes.
Just like a Motorola is the opposite of Zenith.
So running time is 2 hours and 1 minute. Rated R. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 21%.
So Ellen Burstyn apparently is in it for like 7 seconds to give it the credit of saying it's in the Exorcist realm.
Mm-hmm.
But what the hell? What the hell?
Let's see. Also opening is Freelance, action comedy starring John Cena, Alison Brie, and Juan Pablo Raba. Ex-Special Forces operative Mason Pettis is stuck in a dead-end desk job when he reluctantly takes on a freelance gig to provide private security for washed-up journalist Claire Wellington as she interviews the ruthless but impeccably dressed dictator Juan Venegas. When a military coup breaks out just as she's about to get the scoop of a lifetime, the unlikely trio must figure out how to survive the jungle and each other in order to make it out alive. An hour and 49 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release, Rotten Tomatoes score. There is not one available right now.
Remember the time we had her and James Franco in the?
I don't, because I was driving across the country.
Oh man, Case, they were fantastic.
Yep,
they were great.
Dave Franco.
Dave Franco. I'm sorry, Robbie.
Yeah.
Also opening is The Burial. It's a drama starring Tommy Lee Jones, Jamie Foxx, and Pamela Reed. Inspired by true events, when a handshake deal goes sour, funeral home owner Jeremiah O'Keefe enlists charismatic, smooth-talking attorney Willie E. Gary to save his family business. Tempers flare and laughter ensues as the unlikely pair bond while exposing corporate corruption and racial injustice in this inspirational, triumphant story. 2 hours, 6 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release today. Streaming on the 13th, by the way. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a nice 89% score. And then finally, the movie Foe also opens this weekend. It's a sci-fi mystery and thriller starring Saoirse Ronan, Paul Mescal, and Aaron Pierre. A haunting exploration of marriage and identity set in an uncertain world. Hen and Junior farm a secluded piece of land that has been in Junior's family for generations. But their quiet life is thrown into turmoil when an uninvited stranger shows up at the door with a startling proposal that questions the nature of humanity and artificial humanity. Bring the not-too-distant future to luminous life. An hour and 51 minutes long. It's rated R. It is a limited release. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a pretty low 19% score. Yeah. All right. Case, ready for the clip?
I'm ready.
So much entertainment.
Love is Blind is about people trying to find a match, fall in love without ever seeing each other face to face. In this clip, player Christopher Fox talks about his heartbreak from the show.
I, all the way through, loved my whole experience. Obviously, heartbreak is never fun, but you grow from it, and I wouldn't take it back. I loved everything from falling in love all the way to the heartbreak. Wouldn't change anything at all.
Shut up, dummy.
New episode of Love is Blind, Season 5 is streaming today.
It never gets old.
Here's the next clip. The Irrational is a new television show about a behavioral scientist who lends his expertise to an array of high-stakes cases involving governments, law enforcement, and corporations. Here, production designer Eric Frazier talks about the research they did to get the perfect crime scenes.
We set up a really good liaison within the FBI so that we could get procedure and visuals on the FBI office that we ended up studio build. And we learned an awful lot on that level. The research that we do is a really important part of it.
I don't give a
So yesterday we were talking about memories and false memories and why humans are terrible eyewitnesses a lot of the time. And a few listeners recommended this show on behalf of them. They said, Steve, that they go into like how people get stuff wrong and you know why sometimes people are great witnesses, but most of the time they're not. And so it sounds pretty compelling.
Yeah, this did pique my interest because the cast made up of people I really like. So
Yeah, Jesse L. Martin.
He's great.
Mara Ahill, Trevina Springer. Yeah, but I'm recognizing some faces while we're looking at the trailer here for that. The Irrational airs Mondays on NBC and is available to stream the next day on Peacock, should you want to see that there. All right, that's the last story in the entertainment report. We've got guests on the program today. We're going to have Steve Hofstetter here. Joe List is stopping by as well. We'll do our Friday things. We'll give everything we have to give away and Crumb Bum Cash as well. We're less than an hour away from your first shot to win a grand. Stick around. Back in a moment. College, there are some warnings that definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be obviously if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
It's
that.
the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject
not
terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just gonna. Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right.
Let me go to. Hang on, Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
So, growing up, I mean, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet, but back in high school, I wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason, I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you know, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down, and they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter, and I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
You know, like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh, my God.
If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
Poop in my big gulp cup.
and I was single. And I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
Smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, it's so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
There's a lot in there. You know, the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home.
It's like mulch.
Is that what it smells like?
It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now, Steve's going to jump in on it.
No, are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
line.
Yes.
I would not.
Man.
You look Really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All
might.
right. Well,
Yeah, yeah.
hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know, the counterbalance to it. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
whom?
By Adam Sandler?
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. You know, I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am, because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true, because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, you know, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, you know, like stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand, and the arms jumping up and down, you know. Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing, and it gets you going, you know. But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach, and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, you know? So it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, you know, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, you know, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, you know, and he was asking about, you know, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie, it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both, because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role, in this world of sport, and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh man, it's prepared me for life.
Yeah.
You know, in my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age, what it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you know, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, yeah, Tom, I know. Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay.
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, you know, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate
Preston.
it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, you know, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, you know. So, you know, I mean, you know, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, you know, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, you know. And, you know, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, you know, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, you know, and the guy from, you know, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, you know, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes.
You know? So we thank you. We thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
WMMR.
I know we announced the arrival in the rock shop of the Preston and Steve poop knife, which is legit. It's really, you can actually buy it.
Yep.
But there's a new item that was put into the rock shop as well. We have now the Beach Panther Dune Puma t-shirt.
That's great.
And it's actually pretty cool looking design.
Yeah.
I don't know who came up with the logo. I don't know if Monahan did.
Yep.
Are you sure?
I don't know. Casey is, I guess.
I saw the email from Eric. It looked like it came from Monahan.
I thought Todd DeFeo actually came up with that one, but maybe you're right. My bad.
Beach Panther Dune Puma Preston and Steve t-shirt is now available in the rock shop, along with the Preston and Steve poop knife and the Good Morning to See You coffee mug. First of all, the Good Morning coffee mug, if you already had that, that just has me on it, but the new one has Steve on the other side.
Responding, right?
As well, responding. The Good Morning to It and Good Morning to See You. So a lot of great new items in the MMR Rock Shop.
Your Christmas shopping is basically done.
It is, but
it's nice for everyone.
It's for a limited time.
So do it now.
It's what we call a flash sale. Where was the info here?
What a feeling.
Probably all the way. Nope.
I don't know where it is. Oh, yeah.
Probably. Oh, my God. I don't know.
All right. Well, anyhow, it's a limited time. Just go to WMMR.com and hit the store and go and grab the goodies for you. All right. So it's Friday, and that means we need to clean out the junk drawer, or I'm going to be overloaded.
Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer, getting things out of his junk drawer, finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let me dig in. Oh, look, I actually found an item.
Oh, in the junk drawer.
Item. So this came from Michael Mackey.
Michael Mackey?
Yep. And he sent a Mayan Aztec death whistle.
We were talking about this at the beginning of this week or last week. I forget which.
It was this week, I believe. Well, maybe it was last week.
Last week,
It doesn't matter. So we, a guy called in and actually played one for us because it was a story that they had found this in an Aztec crypt, and that it was supposed to have some type of ceremonial purpose for it. You essentially you blew this right before you sacrifice somebody,
right?
And then we found out you can buy these things on Amazon.
You can 3D print them.
And so this one is 3D printed.
There you go.
Oh, wow. So Mike made it with a 3D printer. He said, I made this using a file I found on thingsverse.com, which is a repository of 3D printing models. And he said you can find anything there. I'm an engineering professor at the University of Delaware. Who research area is 3D printing. And I made the whistle with my home 3D printer. He said, don't overthink blowing into the whistle. Just exhale fast. You blow into the hole in the top of the skull. Good luck. Sincerely, Michael Mackey. So,
can you do it?
It might be Michael McKee.
Will it blow out your ears?
Yeah. I haven't done it. I have my headphones on.
All right.
So it might be, I might be safe because I just lightly blew into the other day. I'm like, that's pretty loud. But I'm going to give it a try.
All right.
So there's a hole.
Lightly blow.
It looks like a skull. There's a hole in the top, and in the bottom, this is where
the whistle,
all the noise comes out. All right. So let me try this. Here we go.
Yeah, that's sort of it.
Yeah, I have to blow harder. I think.
Or maybe light. I don't know.
I think it's harder because as it tapered off, it didn't sound right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold it up closer to the mic if you could.
Closer to the mic?
Yeah. It's.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, it sounds like a scream. Yeah.
Totally.
Not bad.
I like that. One more time?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
I'm getting a little lightheaded here.
Okay.
All right. Well, you're sacrificing yourself.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I hear it.
No, I hear it.
I heard it more the previous time.
Well, I took my headphones off, right?
Yes.
It's not as loud as I thought it would be.
Can you play I Want to Rock?
No.
No, I can't.
I like it, man. I like the whole what a brutal ritual. The sacrifices, the ripping out of the heart, the death whistles.
Yeah.
Not a fun group of people.
Thank you, Michael. We'll go back into the junk drawer and find something else. I'll put this in my charts and crafts, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
How is that coming along?
It's nice.
We need to do a video tour of what's ended up in it.
It's not a ton of stuff, but it's fun.
I think it rivals the Muter Museum.
It's homemade items from Preston and Show listeners. All right, I found something.
All right, here we go.
And this is so interesting. The team at Shane Company has found the most searched for nail colors in every state for every season.
I saw that.
The most search for nail color. This is something you're tied into?
We are sent these things, these little surveys. So I thought I would pass this along. It's every U.S. state's favorite nail color by season.
Ooh.
And we'll
By season.
We're going through all 50, okay? We'll go start with Arkansas. No, we're not going to go through all 50.
Let's
There's
do
no way.
PA.
PA, all right. So for spring,
Okay.
you'd like a lavender hue.
Okay.
For summer, Kathy, it is a French manicure.
Oh.
You rock a French manicure now and then, don't you?
No, not really. I never get that. And that used to be my go-to college days. Almost every time I went, I would get some sort of French manicure.
It's sexy, I think.
Yeah.
You know?
They're doing like the updated French manicure, which is just different colors. It's not that like nude and white.
Rochelle got one the other day. It's green. It looks like she took an avocado and raked her fingernails.
Okay.
And just the tips are green.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing. That's I guess the updated of
so a version of the French manicure.
French mystique.
For winter, Pennsylvania goes for gold.
Okay.
I don't really see a lot of gold fingernails.
Love gold.
New Jersey, let's go there. For spring, it is pink. For summer, it is French manicure, like Pennsylvania.
I'm shocked that there's no peach.
For fall is lavender, and then in winter, the Jersey gals go back to French.
Aha. That's a double French.
And then how about Delaware? Okay, Delaware for spring is orange.
Huh.
Okay.
Interesting.
I would figure orange for fall.
Summer, yeah, right?
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, not only not only pumpkins, but flower season.
Yeah, flower
starts
season.
in the fall. All right, then you have French manicure in summer for Delaware, gold in the fall, and in winter they like gold as well. Not a lot of change in Delaware.
Okay.
They
Well,
like
they have
to-
all that gold from the tax-free shopping.
They like to stick with that. When you decide to paint your nails a
Yeah.
color, how long are you committed to that color? Like, how long will you stick with one? I mean, because you don't do it day to day,
Right.
Right. So, and because it takes a while to do
Right.
it. So, how long are you planning on wearing a certain color?
Well, Preston, it depends on what kind of nail polish you get. If you
Oh.
get regular nail polish, you're in it for less than a week. If
Okay.
you get gel, you're good for, I would say, like 10 to 14 days. And then if you get dip, you can keep that on for a month if you want.
Okay, so if you commit to a month-long color,
Right.
Are you then coordinating your outfits with that whole time? Because that's a big
No.
commitment.
Yes, you're a slave to
Not
that
really.
color. You'd have to be insane.
No, I mean, yeah, no, I'm not. I don't really coordinate my outfits to my nail.
What is this color you have right now?
If I'm going somewhere, if I have like an event to go to and I'm going to get my nails done, I'll pick my outfit and then go. Okay, I want to get this color
So
nails.
nails can clash, and it's no big deal.
I mean, for me, no.
I'm just curious. I don't know these things. So,
I don't.
okay.
I don't usually. But I often will get neutral colors. So Steve, right now I have like a light gray on.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'll get neutral colors like that. But then I will also, go crazy and get like pumpkins and skulls for Halloween.
I'm
So-
surprised. Are you going to do that now because we're in that season?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And that's not really going to go with too many outfits that I wear.
Yeah, but
so.
I'll like it. I like the orange stuff.
Marissa brought this in. I'd forgotten that I wanted to do this. You remember I'd smashed my my fingernail on a between two golf clubs.
Yes. Yeah.
And I got the black nail on one of my fingers as my ring finger.
Badass.
And I was like, you know what? I'm going to paint the rest of them black to match it and see what happens. And we never did do it. I have it here. I never got around to do it. But now I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, you don't want to do it?
Yeah.
Why not?
I changed my mind.
I don't black
know.
nails.
You know what?
Casey said if you're a man and you paint your nails, you have to be prepared for people saying stuff to you
Can I
or,
tell you something?
or calling you out or whatever.
Joe Nelson in the Breakfast Club would do it.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
Did you see Bam's nails yesterday? They were like a gold glitter.
No, I didn't notice.
I didn't notice that. I'm sorry, the rings were shining too much.
Yeah.
He had like
True.
50 rings on his fingers.
He did.
So I didn't notice the nails. But are you going to do your nails anytime soon for Eagle season?
My toenails?
Well, they already
They're done.
green. I
They're
would
done.
imagine.
Yeah.
When do you do the fingernails?
You know what? I did the fingernails for a year, and I just kind of got over it a little bit.
Okay.
So no, I don't do the fingernails anymore.
Okay.
It was funny though. People, they couldn't help themselves, but they just revealed themselves quite a bit when they would see the fingernails. Done.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
About how they thought that was that you shouldn't be doing that it's too feminine.
yeah. And
Even if it's Eagles colors?
Yeah. Well, mine was mainly like a nice graphite. I like the way the graphite looked. It was a little bit more manly looking.
I can dig the Eagles because you used to whatever season we were in, your nails would reflect the team.
Yeah. So but I do feel like for a guy, the fingernails needs to have like more of a distressed look to it,
like beaten up and chipped.
Yeah, like you should take a look at
scrapped with a pit bull.
Jackie Bam Bam's nails. It's never a perfect manicure, right? But it's got a little bit of a personality to it.
So I put different color lipstick on my nipples for each season.
Each season,
So right now I'm orange.
Nobody ever sees it. Though.
No,
so
it's for
you don't
me.
get called out.
Just
on
so
it.
I know.
Just for you. All right. So anyhow, those are the most popular nail colors. Thought you'd like to know. Let's go back.
This is the junk drawer after all.
Yeah, we found a skull and some nail polish. All right, how about this story? The first family's young German Shepherd commander has been evicted from the White House.
Yeah.
It was a series of incidents which he bit White House staffers and Secret Service officers. So, all right, so we've got two dogs. They are Yorkshire Terriers. They're little dogs.
Yes.
And the smallest one, Haley, somewhere along the line because they're both from the same litter. She got, we are convinced, some Chihuahua in there because she looks a little bit like it. She's smaller than Rook, and she's a feisty little bitch, man.
Is she chomping?
She is a sweetheart to us, and I mean just the most loving, caring dog, and to most people. But every now and then, she picks somebody out and goes feral, Steve.
Which one of my kids did she go after? She went after like Avery or something.
Yeah, like
that.
the sweetest kid in the
Yeah,
world.
yeah.
And we had a guy come by the other day, Fred. He's a friend of ours. He's just a sweetheart of a guy, and she was snapping at him, and I'm like. And we, as the owners, as the parents, are just embarrassed
and horrified,
and upset, and
you're saying,
angry at our kids.
This is such a good dog, and you try to make a case. And listen,
I don't get it, man.
Dogs, and I love them. They're a lot of times they're committed to making you look like a bald-faced liar.
Yes,
because and like Chelsea was the sweetest dog. We now have a dog that hopefully will be ours 100%. And totally chill. Like out of the blue, like they'll go after someone. And it's like, what the hell? What set them off?
Like we all the time. And Haley is a licker. She'll lick your face to death, and she'll be sitting here licking my face, and I'll grab her little face, and I go, "How can you be so loving and sweet like this, and just be the most evil?" devil dog in the world sometimes. I just don't get it.
Our cat Mia, I can go up and go in the face and do the whole thing. Someone else comes in off the street. And it's just the way. But it's the same way people gravitate.
Man.
The funniest thing used to be Pierre's dog Lucy. Wonderful with people.
Yeah.
Hated other dogs. Freaked out.
That's the same thing with Haley.
Yeah.
Other dogs, man.
Yep.
They can kind of coexist for a little bit, but if we have another family that brings a dog over that even we've encountered before with the two, at some point there's some kind of an incident that happens, and it's like, man,
don't blame yourselves.
I've never taken them to have them obedience training or anything like that, and I've thought about it.
They're good.
Yeah, but I don't know, man.
You can tweak it like Jen Green, who does the Alpha Bravo Canine. She's given some advice to people who I've sent her way.
But at some point, are they too set in their ways?
Well, the older they get, the old dog new tricks thing does hold true. But you can modify behaviors. It's not out of the realm. But it's not like she's dicing up visitors and killing them. I mean, it's just. I mean, is it out of hand, would you say? Or just annoying?
It's just annoying. I mean, I wish we could be more social with them, but we're hesitant to do that because, with other dogs.
Yeah.
And because, you don't want to have something happen.
It's true.
God forbid you're a delivery person that walks onto our property because you are the enemy. And this
Have
dog
you
dies.
seen, it's Strays? The new movie with the
No,
dogs.
you were telling me about it.
Oh my God!
You said it's great.
If you're a dog owner, it gets everything so right. So these dogs are out in the yard, and so they're obviously using human voices for the dogs. Yeah. And the mailman comes up and goes, "Hey guys, you son of you rat mother!" And they're just every expletive.
They just want to kill him.
They just, you son of a bitch, you. And they just go nuts.
There's a meme of a German Shepherd looking out a window. And it says. 15 times this week I have saved their lives, and no one gives me the respect I deserve. He's like looking out at the mailman. It's like 15 times this week. So anyhow, so Commander, the White House dog, they have sent Commander away
to a farm to play with other dogs.
I mean, Well, so my friend, our friend. Their wife was completely attacked by another friend's dog.
Yeah,
not bitten, straight up attacked, and and my friend was also bitten by said same dog, and then other people. And I'm like, listen, and I'm an animal lover, but like, you got to get rid of this thing because it is not nice, and it is unprovoked attacks that is happening.
There are a lot of times that you can put a dog like that in another environment, like literally on a farm or where it needs a change of environment. There's a lot of recourse. Sometimes it's beyond that, but I mean,
you can't take on the liability
like
of something
this thing,
happening
like,
to a kid.
oh my God, I'm so sorry. That doesn't cut it when you're bleeding. You know, when so-and-so's bleeding and bruised.
So it's up to the owners though to make sure that you make sure that you're aware of that.
Yeah,
Keep
they're
your
not.
Dog they're not. They're not good owners.
No.
So the Bidens sent another German Shepherd major to live with friends in Delaware a while
big
back.
farm where they can run around.
Yes. The White House cat Willow is staying, though.
Right.
So all right, let me find something else here because we only have so much time. I thought about this in the City Beat. Oh, here, I found it.
Oh, yeah?
It was in the junk drawer.
You found the City Beat in the junk drawer?
No, I thought about doing this for the City Beat, but I'm gonna put this here in the junk drawer. The National Geographic group has released a list of beaches that are better in the fall And they stretch from East Coast to the shores of Hawaii, and one of them is in southern New Jersey.
No doubt. I am a big fan of the shore during the winter, the colder months. It's very rustic. It can be very courier and ice-ish.
It's quiet.
Yep.
It's still picturesque.
One of the best. My father, after my mother passed away a couple of years later, we got together with my dad and we went out to a Thanksgiving dinner, and it was on a place that was it was the North Shore of Long Island and Preston, right on the bay there. And the snow started falling, and it's just gorgeous.
The only time I went to the Jersey Shore the entire summer was Keenan's. I know you guys obviously are down a lot, but I'm going this weekend. I can't wait to get back down this weekend. And Steve, I'm 100% with you. I'm going to Cape May. Cape May is much more of a year-round kind of a town.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm psyched.
Well, the first beach on the list, Cape May, New Jersey.
no
There you
kidding.
go.
Wow.
As you would imagine, it's quaint, it's pretty. It's
water.
It's open year-round.
Wait,
So they, the restaurants stay open. Most of them do anyway.
Yeah.
they're talking beach towns or beaches?
Beach towns.
Just
Beach
area.
town. Beach.
It says beaches in
Yeah.
this particular article, Casey, but it means what comes along with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
beach
Okay.
as well. So, unlike many other Jersey Shore towns, I'm reading this verbatim, Cape May does not shut down in the fall, making it the perfect destination for anyone looking to enjoy the sand and sun. Nat Geo noted, come fall, visitors have plenty of elbow room to walk or bike along the promenade, explore the 2 miles of glittering shoreline, and stop for a sticky bun at the family-owned Madison's Bakery or a double IPA from Cape May Brewery. The town also has 600 Victorian-area homes and the iconic 164-year-old Cape May Lighthouse, which gives visitors a bird's-eye view of the town. I have yet to go up in the
I'll tell
the
you what,
lighthouse. I
walking
gotta do
along
that.
the beach in the winter, get bundled up, it doesn't matter. Even after there's some ice or whatever, it is amazing.
Last time I went up the lighthouse, Preston, I think I mentioned this on air once, about halfway up, outside one of the windows, a massive hornet's nest. And so you get to that part of the staircase going up, and all you hear is bzzz, and you're looking out the window, you're like,
Wow.
dear God, I hope they don't get in. And then it got
Wait a second, that's Nick McElway.
it got so bad that they had to close the stairwell. So I don't know if because they started getting inside as people were walking up the damn staircase to get to the top.
Okay.
Get rid of the hornets, man.
Real quick, I'll just name the other ones just to give you these, and we won't
they all
expand
suck.
on these because I want to go to. Well, one of them is in Hawaii, and it's just behind
that doesn't suck.
Haleiwa on Oahu.
But the winter in Hawaii still.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
pretty phenomenal. Third place is Revere Beach. Oh, so Cape May is number one.
Hey!
It's not just the first one; it's number one.
Number one.
In third place is Revere Beach, which is 5 miles north of Boston. The fourth beach is one of the most famous ones on the list because it's the same one where the Goonies and Kindergarten Cop were shot, Cannon Beach in Oregon.
So that whole that coastline is gorgeous. If you've ever been to even down south from Big Sur, it's amazing.
Number 5 is California's Laguna Beach. Number 6 is Atlantic Beach, and it is in South Carolina. Not familiar with that. And then the last place, St. Augustine Beach in FLA, by the way. So, but Cape May.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you've lived in this area all your life, you've never been to Cape May, you should go there.
Yeah.
It's
on the way to Cape May.
it's so pretty.
Any time of day. I don't really know lyrics.
On the way to Cape May.
All right.
But now we know it's a great visit in the winter.
Do I have time for one more?
You do.
All right, one more.
I just jumped in case I usurped you there. Do we?
All right, I'm going to mention, then this is a quick one, and this is for Kathy. Kathy, there's something called Swedish death cleaning.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's a method of organizing and decluttering your home before you die to lessen the burden on your loved ones after you've passed.
Okay.
And it's usually practiced by older people who are battling a terminal, by older people or those battling a terminal illness. Swedish death cleaning.
So the idea is to
get rid of
relieve the burden of people who are going to have to come in and clean up after you.
Yeah.
So it's a more refined version of a shovel buddy.
And like your collections and things that are like, I'm the only one that gets anything out of this. I'm going to get rid of it before I leave it behind for my heirs to deal with.
So I shouldn't leave my Beanie Babies in the tub.
And your tub of Barbies.
And my tub of Barbies. My aunt just passed away, and she organized everything. And she had, she was an artist, so she had a lot of paintings and drawings and things and writing. She was a poet. She put people's names on the back of them. So when we took them off, that's who it was to go
way.
to. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
When do you think she did that in her life?
I don't know. We don't know when she did it.
That's very thoughtful.
Yeah, she labeled, because when her husband passed away, there were a couple people that argued over a painting that he had done as well.
Right.
So she was like, okay, and my mom ended up with that painting, by the way. But so my thought is that she was not going to let people fight over her stuff, and so she labeled it.
I want to fight you.
Now I remember when my grandfather died, we went out to his shed with all his tools and stuff like that, and my dad and the other brothers were picking things out, and they were squabbling a little bit over, I want this, I want that. So if you've already got plans for that, just avoids that,
right,
that garbage,
it really does. Why pass on that tumult?
But the person who wrote this article thought that maybe you don't need to start late in life or when you get sick to Swedish death clean, and they recommend the age around 47.
Well, that's a little cynical.
Yeah. Stop accumulating stuff and instead start shedding what you have. That's
but
this
you know what?
person's personal opinion.
At 47, you'll shed, and then you'll
buy a whole bunch of new
You'll
stuff.
gather more.
Yeah.
And you'll have to do it again.
Totally new Beanie Babies.
Yeah, you'll find a new thing to get caught up in. But I had never heard of that term before.
Yeah, me
Swedish
neither.
death clean. All right, that's it. We're going to close it up.
That was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All righty. Thank you, Kyle, for my theme song, too. We do need to take a break, but let's give something away while we can. Casey Boy has got an event coming up, and it is a screening. I have complimentary concessions and tickets for an advanced screening of Netflix's newest comedy, Old Dads. It's coming up on Monday, the 16th.
That's the Bill Burr movie, is it not?
At 7 p.m. at the Bryn Mawr Film Institute. Casey is hosting it, yes, and Bill Burr's directorial debut. It's available on October 20th. So we'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR, and you will be good to go. Give us a buzz. We'll be back in a moment. We have the Beef File. We have Crumb Bum Cash. We have our Friday song in all its glory. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Kicked off the leak
When you're done, Doc Overlord, take the garbage out.
by publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
Zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it.
Yeah.
More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
That's from National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin
What are you?
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
This is the Dark Overlord, your 1 hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world.
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, it didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves. What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's
something
illegal.
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark
Overlord, it is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black.
You don't care.
So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously, you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there?
You love that? I don't know. It's such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said
The filthy mouth.
guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
that's coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh.
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's
right.
done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. She was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never
She's
been on the show.
Been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
What's wrong with you today? When you tell me not to do something, the more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way. We had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps like on my chair or like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery
crap.
3 times.
Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need
It's
a
nice to see you.
taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. The FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think so
over?
until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug-induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this week.
we have many dump buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be
to seed the world. I
seed
guess.
the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
Bajorp. You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's
our
Katie
other guest.
Morgan.
Yes.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who was here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation?
Where's she
Temple?
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah.
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You just want the kid to be like,
Yeah.
okay. And then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No.
It seems like it's a life of, it seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
all
a
they
home
want.
run. Yeah.
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah. I have so I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We got just a moment before the Crumb Bum Cash. I wanted to give a little butt plug real quick if I can. Guy I know, Dave Shallcross asked me to mention this, and it's a veteran friend of his is up for an award, and his service dog. Excuse me, I just ate a hamburger.
Do you want to swallow a little bit more?
Purina is who's putting this on, and so he would like to ask you to vote for the dog Phelan. At Phelan is how you spell that. And
Nothing more than feeling.
Yeah, feelings. Whoa, feelings. No, this is a buddy of his who is a veteran, and he's a runner-up in this contest for his canine assistance dog. So just wanted to pass that along. You go to the Purina site or dogchowveterans.com.
That's
and
great.
Vote for Phelan. Phelan is, his standout skills are walking, push, anger de-escalation, and nightmare interruption. So for veterans, who have
those
PTSD, and things
absolutely
like that.
necessary. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is this? More than a feeling.
It's a great song.
And his handler is Harold Siegfried, and he is a Army veteran. So wanted to pass that along for Dave. We need to do this because it is now time.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
And the word is correct. CORRECT. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can do it through WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number we have set up, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. So make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And we thank our sponsor, Horizon Services, for this as well. So let me give you that word again. It's correct. CORRECT. Make sure you enter that now. We call upon the powers of Froggy to bring us into Friday. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk and want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling if you're doing Swedish death cleaning.
Absolutely.
They're perfect for that. Veteran and military, family-owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. Listen to this. A man accused of stalking a woman from the sky for years is now facing charges for the act. Michael Arnold, a 65-year-old pilot, was arrested Tuesday as he was driving into William H. Morse State Airport in Bennington, Vermont. That's where police say he would fly out a small plane to travel roughly 30 miles to a small town in New York where the woman lived. Arnold was served a temporary order of protection from a New York court in May, which banned him from flying any aircraft while the order was in effect. He had previously been arrested for using a small plane, small plane to fly at low altitudes to stalk the same woman in her hometown of Schuylerville, New York.
So he would fly over the town or fly over her home or all of that?
I guess he was kind of buzzing her house or something like that. The FBI had been investigating his repeated attempts to stalk and harass the woman, both on the ground and in the air, since 2019.
That's committed, and he should be committed.
But just days ago, reports tracked Arnold flying his 1976 Cessna 180 single-engine plane, heading west toward New York, defying the order banning him from flying and establishing cause for the arrest. Police charged Arnold with aggravated stalking, impeding, providing false information, to a police officer resisting arrest, posted $5,000 bail, scheduled to appear in court, by the way.
Should have had a helicopter.
There was a weatherman in St. Louis that was an
Same
amateur
sort of deal?
pilot, and he was buzzing this gal's house.
Oh, yes.
And he ended up committing suicide by crashing his plane into the ground when all of this came to light.
He was that far gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it all came to light. And the radio station I was working for, the morning show, had the girl on, and she was telling the whole story about him stalking her. And like the next day, he took his plane up straight down into the ground.
That's insane.
Pretty wild, yeah.
We should do that.
No, we should not do that.
Yeah.
Horrible stuff.
That's the wrong takeaway from that story.
We should do that. Police are searching for a missing monkey in an East Indianapolis neighborhood that may have injured some people.
Fernando.
Police said they've received reports of minor injuries that were inflicted by the monkey, though would not confirm if the monkey had bitten anyone. The department tweeted a photo of the monkey that they're searching for. Around 10 p.m. on Wednesday, the monkey named Momo was last seen at the entrance of the neighborhood where a search is occurring.
He's been captured.
Update.
Yeah, I have an update on it.
When you post a picture, like a wanted monkey, all monkeys look pretty much the same.
Police did not know.
Oh, that monkey wears a monocle.
When the sighting happened, an officer at the scene said the monkey escaped from a house about a half mile from where the search was taking place. Someone at some point saw the monkey drinking a beer.
Wow, man.
He fished it out
What kind of beer?
out of a trash can. It did not
Was
say.
it Golden Monkey from Victory? Or
That would
no?
be apropos.
Okay.
Dude, you know how that monkey gets when he drinks.
Yeah. Hey, Marissa, I will give you $5 if you can find this clip for me before the end of this story. It is a clip of Bruce Buffer on the Letterman show just yelling, "Monkey!"
Okay.
All right, cool.
By the end of this story.
At the end of this story, $5.
A zoo spokesperson said that it was a patas monkey, which is commonly found in the grasslands of Africa. They typically stand 16 to 30 inches tall at the shoulders when standing on all fours and are well known as the fastest primate on land.
Is that right? How fast do they go?
Capable of running over 30 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
Yeah, those things haul ass. So they had said that, yes.
A very fast monkey.
They had told people not to approach it, but
It doesn't matter. I can run.
immediately let a professional deal with it. So apparently they've caught the monkey now.
All right.
Monkey!
Dude, that is how fast
Let's see the
Marissa
I was
$5.
like, are you really?
My
I'm sure she's going to get it.
operates. $5.
I said it. I said
right.
it, Nick. We'll give her $5.
An 11-year-old boy has been arrested after shooting a pair of 13-year-olds after a fight at a football practice in Central Florida. This is our messed up story of the bizarre file. After a physical fight, the attacker retrieved a gun from his mother's car and fired a single shot. Both victims were stable after being hit by the same bullet. One was struck in the arm and the other in the torso, requiring surgery. The boy faces a charge of attempted second-degree murder.
Yeah.
Some adults would also be charged as the firearm was not properly stored in a locked box. The police chief, Mike McKinley, said we shouldn't have 11-year-olds who have access to guns and think that they can resolve a dispute with a firearm. McKinley said similar shootings were happening way too often and that the children managing to get their hands on your firearms appear to be getting younger every day. By the way, I saw a follow-up story to this. The kid may have been bullied, and you don't want to hear that either, obviously.
No.
These are two terrible things that are taking place.
all over the place.
It was not clear what led to the initial altercation in this particular story, which occurred during a Pop Warner football practice. Yeah, that's a terrible story. All right, how about this one? A strange event kicked off mating season for 3,000 crocodiles in Australia, and the event was a low-flying military helicopter.
Oh, that'll turn them on.
It actually does, Steve.
Does it because of the...
Well, John Lever of the Corona Crocodile Farm said the males were sent into a frenzy.
You folks ever see a crocodile boner?
When
You're
the-
about to.
When the Chinook helicopter flew over the farm. He said all the big males got up and roared and bellowed up at the sky.
Dude, I'd love to see that.
And then after the helicopters left, he said they mated like mad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Researcher Cameron Baker said the sound of the chopper. What were you going to say? What did you think that the sound?
Basically, it was the vibration.
So the sound of the chopper,
the subsonic vibration,
may have been similar to the call of a competing male.
So they figured they better get in and start boning before they miss out.
Which could have prompted the crocodiles to take action. Isn't that weird?
That's an orgy you would not want to be involved with.
No. As a cuck, or something like that.
I'll just watch.
I'll watch. I'll just take.
All right, alligators, you do it. I got my my phone. I'll record you having sex, and then humiliate me when you get a chance.
Oh, you're a humiliation.
I'm a humiliation cuck.
I had no idea.
Tell me I have a small peepee.
Okay, you have a small peepee.
Yeah, no, that's how you do it.
All right. So that's the last story in the Bizarre File. And you still have a handful of minutes left. You got about 5 minutes left to enter the word correct. That is our Crumb Bum Cash keyword. So the word is correct. CORRECT. We want you to enter that now because we want you to win $1,000. And it's courtesy of Horizon Services. So make sure that you do that. All right. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Joe List, who's going to be performing at Helium this weekend.
Awesome.
Is going to be in our studio. So we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
I went to the doctor and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body.
Yeah.
I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
Gets to the first.
it caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No,
what's
it's
your...
diabetes too. So it's
Okay.
like, so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you have to be awake? Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now, they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
Oh, is
They
that
numb you
true?
down there. But still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel, there have been occasions where people were able to feel something.
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
that's
smell?
that's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right,
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Well, because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars that say "No more babies."
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you
Sounds like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are
I was going somewhere with this.
about that development?
And then Nick pulls
here's
off a mask, and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy.
Oh,
because
wow.
some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like, to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay, because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes. Yeah.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God!
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just
or
crazy.
so. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Uh-huh.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No,
how would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean, you lay on my back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
My ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy, is your
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc pit.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Yeah! Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet? Until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything inside that
Don't
hole.
ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't...
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah. So
It's called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off
stopped
air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you see a
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's gonna go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlacc or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area, and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa.
Okay.
You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
like
jazz,
jazz or
some
something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and
all right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
Like there would be, remember they would fill out, there would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3, works well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers.
A lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing, but
Is that's not for all students, is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in, but I mean, we have some special.
WMMR.
A couple of quick shout-outs before we welcome our next guest. I got an email from Rob, the Disney artist. Rob, the Disney artist, you remember him?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So Rob is actually an animator for Disney, and we met him down at spring training before.
Right.
And he wrote to me and he said, can I get a shout-out for my amazing wife, Emily Farrell? I'm not sure it's Farrell or Farrell. But he says, we're currently driving to Panama City Beach, Florida, where she'll be selling handmade custom jewelry in her own booth for the first time at a pirate Renaissance fair.
Super nice.
She's very nervous, and I hope a shout-out will help her nerves. Her company is called Octopod Training Company, and her pirate name is Lady Red. And he said this Tuesday will be an 8-year wedding anniversary.
So this apparently is one of the biggest pirate conventions.
It is?
Yeah, because it was on the news last night.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
So he wants a shout out. So that's to Rob and his wife Emily, who they will be in Clearwater for spring training next year, and hopefully we will see them there. And then Casey, you wanted to hit one real quick?
Yeah, you know what? I had a really great time at my event last night. It was a Thursday night kickoff with Bud Light, and I had such a great time. I talked to pretty much every single person at the bar. We were at Saloon 151. This guy I ended up running into, the guy named Scott. It turns out like his grandmother grew up one street, and I know his whole family. I know his mom and stuff. So I ended up hanging out and talking to Scott and his wife Christina for a little while. And I wanted to give a shout out to Scott, Denise, that's Denise Malfitano, and the whole team over at CCI in Folsom. And CCI is a Compliance Consultant Incorporated. So there's a shout out to you guys.
Excellent. All right, our guest is here. He's in the studio. He's ready to go, performing at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. And let me see here. Saturday 7:30 show is sold out.
Yeah, it is.
Which means the other ones might too. So make sure you get them at heliumcomedy.com. We're happy to bring back to Philadelphia Joe List.
Hey. Oh, thanks everybody.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
When'd you get in?
Yesterday, around 4-ish.
Beautiful day here. The weather was just perfect yesterday and the day before, so you came at the right time. Did you get out and see or do anything?
I did absolutely nothing. But I was but it was good driving weather too, and then got here and I've seen it all here.
I'm sure you
But
have.
I just heard last night someone told me about this Wissahickon
Wissahickon?
Wissahickon.
Yeah,
There it is. Yes.
Oh.
The park. Did I just get us fined trying to pronounce?
You just talked about an Indian penis.
It's Native American. I'm sorry. God, I hope I didn't just get you guys in trouble for trying
Wissahickon is a beautiful trail and park to walk if you want to do it.
Yeah, I'm a big naturey guy. I like to run. I like walking. I don't even think they were fans. I think they just randomly were like,
they wanted you to go into the woods.
Yeah, you seem like you shouldn't be downtown.
But it's right here. I mean, you can access the walking trail.
I hike it all the time. Yeah.
All right,
it's wonderful.
I'm going to go there if you guys want to see me during the day.
There's some trails around here that go for like 30 miles. I mean, there's plenty of good stuff to get out and experience.
You could run from Philadelphia to Valley Forge like easily.
You'll die.
But it's called the Schuylkill River Trail. And it goes from Center City all the way down to like miles and miles away.
All right, I'm on it.
Yeah.
And if you don't get mugged on a portion of it, you'll be good. You won't be able
Do we
to
get mugged there too? That's why I'm going there. I'm trying to avoid getting mugged.
Are you an outdoorsy dude?
I like the outdoors. I mean, I'm a city guy, but I like to go. I mean, I don't like to camp. I mean, I like to camp, but then I want to go into my house.
Your house. I agree with you 100%.
I like a fire and hiking and walking, and I like a home with heat and air conditioning.
You can come camping with Steve and I. We need to shower and a bathroom.
Yeah,
to visit nature.
I'm a big shower and poop with a ceiling kind of guy.
You have to have a ceiling.
Yeah.
Okay.
But have you done the camping experience?
I have, many times. I mean, several times. And I would take like Tylenol PM and drink chamomile tea and still not sleep. I went camping with Robert Kelly and Ari Shafir. I'm sure you guys know those guys.
Yep.
3 of us. And
I can see Ari doing it. Robert Kelly, not so much.
Well, I don't know. Bring the right drugs and you're going to have a good time.
Don't say that to Robert. He's very serious about camping. He's got all the tools.
I'm surprised.
You open his shed and it's just camping stuff.
Wow.
Were you recording when you did this? Was this a?
Yeah, we did some podcast stuff.
Yeah, and it was I remember this.
The Bushcraft Party Boys, we called ourselves. We did it twice.
Where'd you go?
I don't know. Bobby set it all up. Bear Lake or Bear Cavern. I don't know. Bear something.
What state were you in?
Oh, New York. Upstate New York.
Yeah.
And then what happened was there was like coyotes, or I think it was coyotes, which I always thought were like, "Arr!" But they're not like that.
No, that's a wolf.
Yeah, these were like. It was like it sounded like babies being burned.
Oh, that might have been foxes. Foxes scream.
Yeah, this was screamy.
Yeah.
And I felt like Vern in Stand By Me. Remember that scene with the gun?
My favorite movie.
It was like horrifying. Yeah. So I never did that again.
There's one of them, and it might be the coyote. When they're mating, it literally sounds like a woman being.
No, that's the fox. Yeah, and I have audio of it.
It's terrifying.
Yep, we have them out by my house, and you'll hear.
Yes, that's what it was like.
That's a fox.
Those are foxes.
That's their mating call. That is the woman fox saying, "Hey, come and get it."
Yeah.
Because I'm ready for you. And I had it happen in my backyard, and I heard the screaming.
And you ran right out.
Well, no. And then I went and looked, and I saw it.
Lady.
And they were stuck together. So the female fox was trying to run away, and she had the male fox stuck in her.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Well, that's
awesome.
That's actually happens with a number of dogs. It'll happen the same thing with dogs. There is a curl that occurs that locks the conquest in place until. In fact, it's kind of funny in a bizarre way to watch it happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
No, I don't have one of those either.
Right. Nice easy dismount.
So Joe, I'm a huge fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
And I don't know where. Maybe I discovered you on like the stand-ups or something like that. But I've really come to enjoy your style of stand-up. And so you have a new special that's available on YouTube now. I think you released it at the end of the summer.
Yes.
I made the mistake of watching it with my children.
Oh, boy.
And I had to turn it off.
Oh, geez. Sorry, everybody.
Well, no. Don't apologize to me. I should have known better. It's not like I didn't know your material, but you hit the ground running like right away. But I really enjoy it, and I urge anybody listening right now, if you haven't checked it out yet, go to YouTube, check out Joe's brand new special.
Yeah, please.
It's really, really
Enough
good.
for everybody. Yes.
Yeah, enough for everybody. Yeah, there's 3 of them on there, and I'm not doing any of those jokes on the shows. So watch them, and if you don't like them, come to the shows this weekend. It's going to be totally different than that.
Well, the truth of the matter is that we talk about this all the time. That's your that's at the end of the run of perfecting the material. We were just talking to a number of comedians about this and that process, and then you kind of let it go. When you're out touring, you're always working on new material,
right?
And that's part of the deal. So, but I mean, you like the YouTube route? Everyone's raving about being able to have ownership of their own stuff through YouTube and doing it that way. And was that a blessing for you to be able to do it this way?
Yeah, I've been loving it, and it's nice because you don't have to pitch to anybody. And in the old days, you'd have to not audition or show them the material, and they'd go, well, we don't like that, but you can do this or whatever. And now you just put it up yourself. Now, I will say I did get demonetized on this one.
Did you?
Yeah, I used one word that they called a nuclear bomb word.
Is it the R word?
No. Although I did use that word too.
Yeah.
No, it's,
I'm surprised at how bizarrely arbitrary it seems with how they enforce that. Like, I'll see things, I'm like, surely that's going to get dinged, and you'll see they're still, able to monetize the site. And I'm like, how are they getting away with it? And then, I mean, had you been flagged before?
No, and it was out for like several days before it happened, and then it just it still has some monetization, but less, and I think it affects the algorithm.
Can you fight it, or is there any?
We tried to fight it. We even offered to take it down and then mute the word and then re-upload it,
and they weren't biting.
And they just said, no, you can't do that either. So that's a little annoying, but it's still great. And now there's like a new website that's called Punch Up Live. And I think that might be the future, where all you have to do is put your email in. And so the comedians get the emails, and it's still free and there's no restrictions. So I might go that route.
That's cool.
That's
cool.
available now, too. You can watch it on there.
It used to be the case where anytime you'd go and do late night appearance, or maybe it still is, if you go do a show, you'd have to submit your act in writing for them to review.
Yeah.
Did you have to go through that process at any point?
No, not with YouTube. But yeah, that was a nightmare. I remember doing that for Letterman and stuff. I remember when I first I only did Letterman once. I did it in the last year he was around. And I had all these jokes where I was making fun of McDonald's. And they were like, we love those jokes. We want them in there. And then I was like, are you sure I can just make fun of McDonald's on the show? And they were like, of course, we love it. And it was like a year-long process. And they were like, well, we just talked to our advertisers. You can't make fun of McDonald's. And I'm like, that's what I said.
Yeah. You were trying to head it off
how the hell did I know that better than you? But yeah, those were really tough and finicky or whatever. So now with YouTube and everything, it's great.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of opportunity out there that did not exist. And, does that come with pitfalls, though? I mean, when you have this newfound sort of latitude and freedom, is it a blessing and a curse in any way? Is there a downside to it?
Well, you're competing with so much. I remember Wikipedia had some stat about YouTube. There's like 500,000 videos uploaded a day or something like that.
Yeah, the bulk of content. Now, with the problem when anyone can do it, I assume is that anyone can do it.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm like, you used to compete with the other comedians. Now you're competing with like my niece.
Yeah,
like she's eating pie with no hands and it has 350,000 videos or views or whatever.
Right. So are we. And that's the weird thing is like our show's not just competing with other radio stations anymore. In fact, it's competing with Joe List, and it's competing with anything that draws your attention. It's every content, everywhere, every streaming platform that you can possibly think of.
Yeah, that's hard. And then the algorithm changes, and so we're all kind of like slaves to the algorithm now, and people are like, change the thumbnail, or put your butt on the or say this word, and you're like, I don't know how to do any of that. So that stuff is frustrating. And another downside is I did a Netflix half-hour special in 2018, and they gave me $100,000 to do it. And my YouTube hour special cost me $10,000. So there's like a $110,000 swing.
Right. Yeah.
And so you got to win your own. So that part's hard. You have to put the money up front. So that's a little tricky.
Yeah, no, that's true. The Netflix special was great, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Your new special, which I have yet to see, but in the sort of synopsis, you address your, what you say, it says here, your unattractive face. I have always thought you bear a fairly decent resemblance to Elvis Costello. Do you ever get that?
I mean, I'll take it. Well, my last special, by the way, it's funny you say that. When I did Letterman, Elvis Costello was the guest.
Oh, wow.
It was supposed to be Lana Del Rey, who at the time I had never heard of, and I've still never really listened to her music. No disrespect to her. But then they changed to Elvis Costello, who's one of my favorite musicians ever.
That's cool.
And my last special was called This Year's Material, which people took as very like, oh, look at your ego. You have a new special every year. And I was like, it was a playoff of This Year's Model, the Elvis Costello album. And we were going to recreate the album cover. And then I just never did the photo. So it doesn't sync up. So it's supposed to be like a tribute to Costello, and nobody got it.
They just think you're a pompous ass.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, no, it's Elvis Costello. But
you don't know. I wasn't. No, the more you explain it, the deeper in the hole you get.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the bit on the special was, and this is a true story. I was at a girls' basketball game when I was in high school, and I was like a cheerleader kind of guy. I was like a school spirit guy, and I would get all these chants going. And the girl from the other school started chanting, "You are ugly." And then I thought my whole school would chant back, "No, he isn't." But instead they chanted, "So are you." Which was fun because they nailed her, but they kind of confirmed that like my whole school was like, for sure, he's ugly.
We're
but
not
also,
disavowing.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think everyone I've ever met just confirmed my unattractiveness in unison. It was extremely hurtful.
Not good. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then I had to join. I was like,
So are you?
we're both ugly. It was pretty brutal.
There's no way to win on that.
No.
So in your special, and it didn't even dawn on me until this morning, because in the special you talk about your wife and how she's not funny. And she's a stand-up comedian.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, wait a second, because that's where I first discovered you guys. I can't remember the name of the game show, but you guys were on stage together burning each other.
Yes.
What was the name of that?
Roast Battle. Comedy Central Roast Battle. Which, by the way, I said she's not fun. I didn't say she's
That's
not
what it
funny.
was. That's what it was.
Very funny. But yeah, she's actually with me on the show. She's featuring this weekend.
nice.
And
that's
she's
great.
extremely pregnant. We're having a baby in less than 3 weeks now.
Wow.
Yeah. So she's on stage with my son with her.
Your first?
First, yeah. His foot is like exposed. You got
His foot is literally out of her vagina. Wow. What sort of trepidation? I don't have kids. Everyone else here does. All the angst and everything, is that all true that we hear, and the joy and the conflicted emotions? Are you going through all that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm terrified. I don't know what to do. I might leave. I might leave before he comes.
You might abandon him.
Abandon him before you can disappoint him.
It's a lot. It's scary. It's exciting, and we're moving right now. We just moved upstairs at our apartment to like a bigger apartment. And my friend said it before. He's like, if you're moving upstairs or 1,000 miles, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's a nightmare. All of our stuff is on the floor and just with shoes everywhere. I can't find anything.
Right.
Perfect time to move right before.
Oh, when you're moving upstairs, do you even hire movers, or do you have to do it all yourself?
I got my buddy to come, who's a comic and used to be a mover. That was his day gig, so he knew how to swing and hook stuff, and he has muscles and everything.
Where are you living now? You're
in Astoria, Queens, New York. Yeah,
Big J would be a good call. He's big enough to move.
Oh, he's on drugs. He's not gonna help me.
He's not walking up steps. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Is there an elevator?
No, it's all stairs. And we got the physical moving was pretty easy. I mean, like it's a couch and a thing. That part was easy. My forearms are sore, but it's once you're there and you're like trying to figure out where everything goes.
Dude, you're going to have to lug that kid up and down the stairs too.
I
Think
know.
about that. And then there, if you forget something, you got to go back up with it. It's going to be fun.
I know, strollers and all that. We also didn't think about, because we're idiots, we just needed the extra space. And we needed the extra space anyways, but we used to be in the back, and now we're in the front, and it's 300 times louder. Every car goes by. There's a lady with a leaf blower yesterday. I was literally screaming out the window. I'm like, I'm that guy. I'm the New York guy. It was like, we're in the 8th, and I was like, that's an 11 a.m. job. And the woman was like, wow. And she didn't do it consistent either. It was like,
oh, I hate that.
That's the worst.
It's like a dentist drill.
Exactly.
If it's running all the time, it can become like white noise in the background or something
Right.
like that. Yes.
Yes, and I'm like, it's 8:40. I'm like, come on. And in New York, it's not like your one neighbor is annoyed. I'm like, there's like 50,000 of us that can hear this. No, it's a nightmare. I'm going to move to New Jersey at some point.
I'm thinking of that movie. Did you ever see Quick Change? Because it's set in New York with Bill Murray, and there's just
Randy
these people
Quaid.
going like, "Shut up! Shut up!" And these people just yelling out their windows at each other to shut up.
I don't remember. Is that 80s?
Late 80s or early 90s. Maybe like,
Yeah, it's around that era.
Oh, wow. I don't remember that movie.
Yeah,
I know. I'm a big Murray guy.
All right. So, how do your parents live in New York as well, or hers?
No, we have no help whatsoever.
Wow,
man, you're going the hardest way possible.
Same routine here. My wife and I, no family in this area, just the two of us. Baby, we have 3 now, and they're adults. But at that time, it's like we have no backup plan.
But you did have a dog crate that you could use.
Right, if we really got desperate.
Well, our building is all comics. My wife's sister does live a few blocks away, I have to say. But so we have a sister there, and my family's in Massachusetts, so they're not
that far.
Crazy far if something really happened.
Who's the most reliable comedian you would let watch your child while you left?
Boy, that is a great question. It's a tough gang out there.
Kelly?
Yeah, maybe Bob, but he lives far away too, and he scares me. Ari has a partner who's very sweet, and I think will be cute. Ari's something, but then Ari will be, microdosing our child, and
you can't.
I don't know. It's tough. There's a couple comics that live downstairs. Steve Rogers and Caitlin Palufo, who are very, very funny, and very sweet, and they'll be helpful. I think.
Steve Rogers, I can't help but think of Captain America.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of bits about it. Which is stuff. I'm not a comic book guy, so he does all these bits, and I'm like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. But so I think it'll be good. I have a lot of friends, of course, and I think it'll be okay.
Do you assess while you're leading up to the magical day? Have you been? What kind of? You have to be asking yourself, what kind of father am I going to be? And do you think you have the right skill set? I always remind people who it's easy for me to talk having never had kids, but to say, think of all the people who are you would never expect to have kids, and Kevin Federline turns out to be a good father.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of people I look at them like, if they did it, I can do it. But I think so. I have nieces and nephews, and they're my best friend's kids I take care of a lot, and they call me Funkle Joe, and I have a great time. And everyone's always telling me, you'll be a great dad.
You figure it out. Like, no one really knows anything, and you just figure it out.
What are you tired of hearing from parents who have kids, and they find out that you've got one on the way, and they'll throw some kind of little nugget at you?
A lot of people do like, we'll see. I think parents like to ask you your thoughts, just so they can go, okay. Like they just love
that's
it.
That's adorable.
Yeah, exactly. That thing, and it's so condescending, and I can't wait to condescend to people. And people also love to tell you that you have no understanding of what love means.
There you go. Yeah,
that's
until
a big
you have
thing.
a child.
You've never felt love, and I'm like, I don't know. I love things. Come on. I like Pearl Jam inside. I get it.
So is that kind of like the new parent hazing? Is that what is it that you don't know what you're in for?
That's what it feels like. And people like, I have another friend who's like, I can't even hang out with non-parents because they don't even understand life. And I'm like, I feel like there's a lot of very wise people that don't have children. Right. Perhaps the wisest people don't have children. But I'm going to turn into one of those people immediately, I'm sure. I'm going to be like, you don't get it. You wouldn't know love. And I also am curious, because I've always been, I tried to do this as a bit, and it bombed so hard that maybe I'm like completely wrong. But like everyone's always like, I can't watch a film where a child is hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is wrong with you? It's a movie. Who cares? And so I'm curious to see when I have this baby if I can still watch Manchester by the Sea or whatever, or Gone Girl.
Oh, my God.
Because I'm like, I don't know. I love Schindler's List. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm friends with many Jews. I've watched Schindler's List many times. I get it. You know, I'm like,
kill children in that movie.
Yes, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I can watch, but then I'm like, maybe not. Maybe I'll have a baby and be like, oh, turn it off.
It's funny because there is, like if you're a pet person or whatever, I hate seeing animals get killed in a movie because it's such a go-to trope in like horror movies.
Right.
The dog got killed. It must be a ghost or a demon in that.
Sure.
So, but there's an actual website called "Does the Dog Die?" that you can check.
That's great.
I don't know, Joe. Like, I think sometimes movies like that have turned me into a softie. And when I think about the movie, if I watched the movie Inside Out before my son was born, I would have been like, oh, this is a really cool animated movie. Toy Story's great. And then you watch it after a kid, and like, it does. And I'm not trying to be that parent.
Joe, you don't understand love.
No, it does make you think about some things a little bit differently.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm sure I'll be extra emotional. I've already been like so emotional. And my wife, because we were moving, I bought these little things when we were first dating. This little like 3x3 inch little paint. It was a painting of a chair. There was two of them, and one just had a sign that said "ghost." It was like an empty chair, and then there was another empty chair and it said also a ghost. It was just like a silly thing, and I bought them for her when we were dating like 3 months, and they were in our bathroom, and I guess she was trying to. They were on like double-sided tape, and it broke when she was taking them off, and so she just threw them away, and she was like, "Oh, I threw those away. It broke," and I just started crying. Hard, like immediately, and she was like, "Oh my God, I'll salvage them." And I was like, "That's the first thing I ever bought you, and we had them for 12 years." And she was like, "What is wrong with you?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it." And she got them out of the trash, and she's like, "Here they are," and I was like, "Fine." So I'm just gonna be a mess. I already know.
Can you when you sit down and watch movies together, and there's like an emotional movie? Are you the first to go, or does she?
She cries at movies a lot more, but I feel like I'm more sentimental, but she'll cry at movies a lot. But for me, any movie where like somebody's really rooting for somebody, I feel like I didn't get the support I needed as a child. So like a movie where somebody's really like, "Go, buddy!"
Like a sports movie?
Sing
Like
Street.
Rudy?
Yeah.
Sing Street is one of our favorites.
Yeah, like with the older brother being like, "Get out of here!"
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, the song also helps as well.
Yeah.
It's a nice song by the dude from Maroon 5.
yeah, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm a big. I love a good cry.
What's your go-to recommendation besides Sing Street? What really rocks your world when it comes to the go?
I mean, like Field of Dreams is another one because I have I'm a big baseball guy and big father-son issues and stuff like that.
There you
So
go.
that'll really do it for me.
So yesterday I was having a conversation, and I have amended my top 5 baseball movies, and I want to know if you could pick your top 5, what they might be.
It's very difficult. I mean, Major League, Bull Durham, Field of Dreams are sort of a chunk, and they're so different. But ultimately, Field of Dreams is my favorite because of the sentimentality. But Bull Durham is, I feel like, probably a better film, and then Major League is so fun.
All right, so those are 3 on mine as well, and then The Natural.
The Natural.
I've seen it the most, and then recently the one that I changed, I put on Moneyball because I think Moneyball just nails the
no
sports so well.
Sandlot, guys, come
Nope,
on.
this is my
Sandlot is a fun movie. It is not a great movie. It is a fun movie.
I agree.
It's a core movie for a lot of people.
It's my number one baseball movie.
I know, but you know what I discovered recently that really bummed me out is The Sandlot is Stand By Me light. There's so many similarities. It's like a ripoff.
I can see that.
They're both. They both have the big scary dog in the junkyard you have to avoid, who's not as big and as scary as it turns out. They both have one of the characters tells a big story that they throw back to with, Lardass.
That's
and,
true.
Forever. And they both have very similar soundtracks. At the end, they both have the characters kind of fade away.
Right.
They have the narrator, the main character narrator, looking back.
The evolution of the characters at the end, too. You find out what happens to them in the future.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very similar. And then they have kind of like a rival gang group. I love The Sandlot, but yeah, it's not, it didn't hit me like those other ones. I mean, Bull Durham is probably the best filmed and so well made.
Yeah, it has so many moments. It operates on it's a romance, it's a comedy, and but it just great cast all around.
I know it's considered kind of a chick flick, but I like For Love of the Game.
Yeah.
I thought Costner was great in that movie, but it's a different take on the baseball thing.
The funny thing with The Natural is if you ever read the book, the ending is, and I've said this before, it's completely the opposite way. He sells out.
He strikes out.
Yeah. He throws the game.
Oh, no kidding.
And in fact, there's a kid, a fan, who says, "Don't tell me you didn't do this."
What?
So the ending of the movie with which is my preferred ending, has that that incredible scene
in the script.
That's the music from that.
Randy Newman. In the script, they stuck to the book, Steve, and then they brought it to Hollywood, and Hollywood was like, "No, we're not going to make a movie this way." And it turned out.
I'm glad they did, honestly, because that's one of the iconic scenes.
Okay, so Rookie of the Year I also loved as well with Henry Rowan Gardner. No, what's the one with Brendan Fraser where he is like
the whale?
No, not that one. That was a baseball movie. Oh God,
That's not a baseball movie.
Not School Ties, not The Mummy.
While you're thinking of that, another great movie is The Rookie with Dennis Quaid.
Right.
That's a great one.
And Bad News Bears, we got to throw out.
Oh my God,
the original.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Albert
The Scout, I
Brooks is
remember
in it.
that.
That was a fun movie as well.
that.
So what Brendan Fraser is like a two-way player. Like he can throw a 110-mile-per-hour fastball, and every ball he hits is out of the park.
Right.
But he's also got like and he's like living in like Mexico or somewhere in South America, and Albert Brooks discovers him, and he brings him out to the United States, but he's just not ready for the prime time yet. And I don't know. It's a fun movie. Yeah.
There's also Mr. Baseball with Tom
Mr.
Selleck.
Baseball is actually a good movie.
Yeah,
and what
it's
was the
Mr. 3000 was
That's
pretty
it,
good too
yeah.
with Bernie Mac.
Oh, that's
that was
right.
that was a fun movie.
You know
right.
what's an inspiration? It's a Brian's. It's sort of like baseball's Brian song. Is Bang the Drum Slow.
Oh yeah. De Niro.
I never saw that. I heard it's fantastic.
De Niro and Michael Moriarty. It is fantastic. Fantastic movie.
Okay.
Yeah, Moneyball rules also. I just love Brad Pitt. That guy could just make out with my mother, and I'd be like, yes, this
You'd be the
rules.
You would cuck your mother.
Yeah. Like, all right.
And I'm with you.
Yeah, Pitt
Listen,
rules.
there's a time in life, like I say, you talk about the way you look, and I Shrek it out every morning when I look in the mirror, like Jesus Christ. But so at a certain point, I'm like, maybe the cuck thing could work for me,
Sure. Yeah, you get. I mean, if it's Brad Pitt, forget about it.
Steve, it turned into humiliation. Make out with my mom and tell me I have a small penis.
That's how you do it. You throw it on.
Yeah,
it's like
Brad-
putting jimmies on it.
Joe List is in our studio. If you're just tuning in, that is who we're speaking to, and he's playing Helium Comedy Club. The Saturday night 7:30 show is sold out. You got to love it when your shows sell out, man. That's just got to be the best.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
a great
world.
feeling, and that's a new one for me. And I think the Friday early is close too. I think it was a lot of tickets.
It's going to
sold.
sell out. It's going to sell out. Go to heliumcomedy.com right now and get your tickets.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. I mean, I just this year I've been doing comedy for 58 years. This is the first year I've been selling tickets. So it's
this is the year. It's the sellouts have started happening.
Yeah, I mean it's been going well for a while, but now it's starting to be much better.
Is it just pounding the pavement? It's just getting out to every club, playing, meeting people, and all that, or is how much has YouTube and all this stuff
And the
helped out?
podcast.
I think the YouTube has been big. The podcasts have been great. And then, I mean, like Mark, Norman, and Shane Gillis, and these guys, and Ari have kind of gone into like the stratosphere. And so just my association with them is I'm scooping up all their.
You guys are all feeding off of each
stuff.
other. You guys
Yeah.
do each other's podcasts, and I know as an outsider, like looking in, I love to see that camaraderie. And when I see the camaraderie, not just between like the New York-based comedians, but the comedians from New York, intermingling with the LA guys. It's really cool.
We were talking about not that long ago how much the community has changed. It's been 30 years or so, but there was a time where there were rivalries. I mean, well-known rivalries. I hate this comedian, hates that comedian, and would do material on that comedian. And now with podcasts and you guys all, kind of grouping up together, it seems like the community is really mellowed out in that regard and supports each other.
Yeah, no, it's pretty great, and it's just one of those things. You put out a special, and everyone kind of gets together and goes. I mean, Ari particularly. I mean, we're talking about Ari Shafir. Like, he is so good about being like, get on this show. Here's this guy's email. We got to do this. He'll like call people in and be like, you got to promote this person's special,
great.
and we all take care of each other.
Just don't give him your kid.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember seeing Ari open up for Joe Rogan at Helium years ago, and I was like, this guy's not an opener. This guy is absolutely a headliner.
Yeah,
he was really solid, like really, really early on. When do you feel like in your 58 years, when do you really feel like you started to hit your stride? Because I've gone back and I've watched everything from the beginning, and I feel like you were a natural.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
We should detonate a few lights behind you.
Well, when I started, folks, it was a long time ago. No, I feel like, I opened for Nick DiPaolo for years, and I think we just looked it up. Like, I opened for him here in like 2006 at Helium. And eventually he was like, yeah, I'm just using you because I like hanging out with you. He's like, it's not fun following you. So that felt like a good
That's awesome.
growth. At one point, I was just telling the story. One time we were here at Helium, and I was just featuring for him, and I was killing so hard. It was like one of those shows that just caught fire. And I had ordered a pizza in the back, and the green room is attached to the stage. and he just opened the door into the stage and walked out and put my pizza on the stool and just walked out. And I was like, what the hell was that? That was weird. And then I came back and I was like, why did you do that? He's like, I don't know. You were killing too hard. I didn't like it. I had to. So, and he had a story about years ago at Stitches in Boston. I mean, this is literally 35 years ago, but he was a young kid killing, and I think it was like Kenny Rogerson, who's like an old Boston legend. They locked the door of the green room. So when he finished his set, he couldn't get off stage. And they just left him out there. And he's like a 20-year-old kid.
But pizzas. Yeah, you love to order pizzas, right?
I'm a big pizza guy. I ordered pizza last night. Half my special's about ordering pizza. I just love a pizza.
Do you go after the same type every time, or are you really like to experiment?
No, I'm not a big experimental guy. I mean, I'll mix it up a little bit, but now with Uber Eats, the apps, they make it so easy to just hit reorder.
It's unbelievably easy, and so. The exact thing. It's funny. I said, I can't get in the car and go get it. And now you would think I was the whale at home, and they bring it, and it's like you're right. You just hit that button that I'm up for that, and it just lulls you into that sedentary. I want it now.
Yeah, it's just easy and it's the best. It's fun.
Are you a pizza connoisseur? Like you got like this guy. You got like Dave Portnoy, right? Who's come in and now he's like all across the country. He's known as the pizza guy. Does that rub you the wrong way? Because you've been the pizza guy for a long time, too.
I am just, I like a pizza. I think it's fun, but I'm certainly not a connoisseur. I eat almost exclusively cheese pizza. Which
just
is
a regular cheese pizza.
Yeah.
Well, to me,
boring son of a bitch.
I know, but I have an argument about this.
Please give it to me because I support you in that.
Yes, this is my thing. There's so many people. Everyone likes a cheese slice. Not everyone likes a pepperoni or a pineapple or a ketchup, whatever the hell. And this is what happens in my experience. I'm like, I only want cheese. So everyone gets 10 pizzas and half of them have, whatever it is. And everyone goes, ooh, that cheese looks good. And everyone wants one slice of cheese and they eat one slice of, hamburger and mustard or whatever the heck. And then they take my GD pizza, and I'm like, just get cheese. If you get all cheese, no one's mad. If you get all hamburger and pineapple, someone's going to be like, "This, what the hell is this?"
Why is that? When everyone does that on that pizza ordering, and they say they want a particular pizza, they'll go after your pizza. It's like we have a number of friends who are vegetarian or whatever, and we'll order like at a party, we'll have vegetarian dishes, and everyone else has their stuff. Invariably, they'll beeline towards the vegetarian stuff and wipe it out. And it's like, I don't get that.
Yes, I'm like, if you want a special pizza, that's the only pizza you get to eat. That's my rule.
Now, Joe, when you get your cheese pizza, do you have them double cut it like they do for the 10-year-olds at the birthday party?
I wouldn't mind that.
Do you fold? I actually do like those smaller slices.
I'll fold. I like a fold. I also like a Sicilian, like a big, thick slice. Yeah,
New York Sicilian is do you ever have Greek pizza? The Mystic pizza is very good as well.
I'm not as big into. I'm a big sauce guy. I'm an extra sauce.
Okay.
I like a red, sugary sauce. Yeah.
Ooh,
exactly.
have you ever had tomato pie?
I don't know if I've had tomato
It's a
pie.
Philadelphia delicacy, and it's all
sweet,
thick, sweet sauce. It's thicker than sauce. It's
Sounds
almost
like a
like
porn
paste.
Oh, okay.
And it's a sweet. There's
It's
a
room
place. There's a
temperature,
place
too.
called Corpelese. We got to get you.
Oh,
some.
I'll check
It's
that out. Yeah.
outstanding.
Yeah, you have
Yes.
That
Joe, do you
sounds
ever
great.
do impressions? Can you act?
Not really.
The only reason I ask is that there are a couple times where your voice has gotten a little higher during the course of this conversation where you sound exactly like Seinfeld. And I don't know if you've ever noticed it on your own.
What's the deal? Why do you sound like Seinfeld?
We actually interviewed him this week.
This week,
Oh, wow.
And that was
Spoke to him on
one
Tuesday.
and we thought that would never happen because he's not known to do interviews.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to. He's friggin' Seinfeld. But it was pretty cool. We got him on a good
Oh,
day.
wow. How was he?
He was great.
He was great.
Yeah. He's my favorite guy to listen to talk comedy.
We were curious because sometimes Jerry doesn't want to be interviewed. He doesn't feel like talking. You can hear that on some interviews, but he was very conversive. He was really nice.
Oh, good. Yeah. I never really. I brought Jerry on stage one time. I was opening for Bill Burr, and Jerry did a guest spot, and so I got to bring him up. And then at Colin Quinn's wedding, he was dancing he was on the dance floor and I was on the dance floor, and then when he turned his back, I did the Elaine dance, which I thought was funny. So I've never I had to do it when he wasn't looking.
Oh, okay.
But I've never actually hung out with him.
The way that he analyzes comedy to me is fascinating because everything for him, everything comes down to whether or not this is a joke. Can I structure this in a routine? And his brain, I think, just focuses solely on where comedy comes from and what I can turn into a joke.
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. He's my favorite guy to listen to, and he has so many great points. One of my favorites that he ever made was, comedy's the only art form where if you don't do it well, people say it's not the art form. Like, people are like, that is not comedy. Like, no one's ever like, that's not a painting. Right. It's just like, that literally, if you fail, you're not doing comedy. You're just talking.
It's true.
Which is really funny to me.
Well, you, sir, are succeeding with sold-out shows. And
You are comedy.
Helium.
Yeah, thank you.
Go and see the face of comedy at Helium Comedy Club, Joe Les. So tickets are available at heliumcomedy.com. But yeah, there's a 10 p.m. show Saturday night. You can get tickets for it. And of course, 7:30 and 10 o'clock tonight. But as Casey was saying, they're probably going to sell out, so you want to get those as soon as you can. We are glad you had time to stop by here, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure. Yeah, I loved it. Thank you.
Joe List, everybody. Check him out at Helium. We're going to be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3.
Yes, that they help us out with, and which is awesome. But I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
Right. I always used to get the delight. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
Case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you what I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast time.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain point.
Oh, my gosh.
Getting back to that war situation, excuse me. I did everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes!
Yeah. I think you have to be on like 3 times, and then you
become a
friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
A pin or
ribbon, something like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There are these amazing,
the iconic,
yep. That whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
Friends and family and.
You got engineers. You got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there as
have
well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor, and we have everyone. The whole gang is here, and then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, but we all know
Yeah.
who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it, and we've had it a couple of times, yeah.
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah,
by
well,
the way.
they got amazing actors over
Yeah,
there, right?
it's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right,
I mean,
yes.
it's all.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. Now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff, as you saw today, a lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go, and it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean the
no,
music
no.
hasn't even been added to it yet. There's
No.
all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just there's not much time left. Wow. But it's the way it always is nowadays with films. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to
no matter
listen
what
to
is.
it, we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on the cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that. Are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and
films with apes or in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or an electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something out.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about, you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure. It can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it,
Yes.
because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it, meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups, I can do orchestral mock-ups with fake French horns and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yep.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just, they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film.
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were...
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. They've been working on my films for ever.
And
so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly.
3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So the next guest we have will be appearing tonight at the Keswick Theater. 8 o'clock is when that show is, and we are happy to welcome to our studio Steve Hofstetter.
Thank you.
Welcome, Steve.
Thanks for having me.
Everything good in your world?
Yeah, I guess so. We had a drive down from Connecticut last night.
Oh.
It's super fun that there is somehow rush hour traffic at 1 a.m. I don't know how they do that.
I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
My youngest and I were driving up to Maine, and we were going to go through Connecticut, and Nick goes, it's the worst place in the world to drive. It is. And I was like, well, how can it be?
It is.
And sure enough, we got stuck in some garbage traffic that seemingly appeared out of thin air, like for no reason.
What's even tougher, so we drive in a Sprinter van.
Oh, okay.
And so,
Which
it's
is
got
a lot of room.
It's a lot of room. It's a lovely way to travel, except when you were in New York State, where Robert Moses hates poor people. And when he made all the parkways, and the clearances, they're like, oh, this bridge has a perfect clearance if you're driving a convertible. But if you're driving anything taller than that, you will die.
You can't get on the parkways.
And what's great is Google Maps can do anything except tell you height clearance. So for some reason, Google Maps is like, hey, we want to help everyone except truckers. We hate truckers so much here at Google. And so there's no clearance, and there's no clearance signs. It just says caution, low clearance. And it's like, well, how low?
How low? Yeah.
How low is low? And they're like, you'll figure it out when you lose your top.
Yeah.
And so
when you lose your top.
we had
he's not kidding. I'm from New York. And it was many years growing up in New York. Kathy, how many times did you see a commercial truck wedged under an overpass on the Southern State Parkway?
Well, my favorite thing, the Southern State. So a couple days ago, we were playing Long Island, and we get on the Southern State, and after you get on the Southern State, there's a sign that says low clearance. And we're like,
After?
we're like, well, there's no exit. And so literally we stopped. There's a bridge right there.
Yeah.
And we stop by the bridge and we look back and we're like, well, we're going to have to back up on a parkway now. There's no other option.
You're exactly right. And just to reinforce it, they're curved.
They're curved.
Yes.
So if you're not, you got to get into the center. Maybe you'll make it through.
They're old stone style overpasses, and so they're curved. So here you'll see, of course, a square. You have at least a fighting shot at it.
Oh, no, the curved one, we're like, hey, if we get in the middle, we'll just lose the air conditioning. That's the only thing on top. It'll be fine. So literally, I get out of the van.
Yeah.
And so one of the guys goes to the back of the van. One of the guys is backing up. And I'm in the back, like, trying to stop traffic, be like, no, let us through. And the amount of people who, like, barely swerved around while still on their phones, I was just like, this is incredible. I was like, I need to take my phone out to take a video of you doing this, taking a video of us doing this, because you're the idiot.
What thoroughfare exactly? Were you on the Southern State? Where
we
were
were
you?
on the Southern State.
So
we backed up a quarter mile on the Southern State.
Oh my God.
The worst stretch of road. And I'll say this here. So here, like the Schuylkill is often, much maligned and deservedly so. I say take the Schuylkill and multiply that by 30. And you have the Belt Parkway into the Southern State. It is a nightmare. And after all these years, the fact that it still at one point goes across a drawbridge.
Yeah.
That basically, it just blows my mind that they haven't raised that effing bridge.
They should just call it the kill. It's not like it is completely inappropriate that is and we drive the same vehicle all over the country and Canada, and we have never had an issue with height clearance. And I'm born and raised in Queens, and I was so excited to be quote unquote home.
Yeah.
And then all the other guys were just like, your home is stupid. I was like, yeah, it is.
You can't argue.
It's really stupid.
You can't argue. Yeah.
Wow.
So Forest Hills, you were in for?
Well, I lived in Forest Hills for a little bit, but I'm from Briarwood, which is like a little part of. Most people know it as Jamaica.
I know well. Yeah. The whole area. That's cool. And born in how many years? Do you still live? You still live there?
No. And for those who are listening that don't know Queens, it's actually it's the most diverse county in the country.
It's great.
It's where people of all races, creeds, and colors come together and hate each other in one place. It's really sweet.
Great food though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why our main train is the F train, because that's short for what we all say to each other.
It's true.
But no, I live in Pittsburgh now.
Oh, okay.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, I've become a Pennsylvanian, but on the other side.
You're a Yinzer, right?
Yeah, well, I don't.
You don't like that?
The idea, Yins is such and look, I know Pittsburgh people are going to get mad at me, but Yins is such a silly term because y'all, I appreciate. That is short for you all.
Right.
Yins is short for you ins.
Yeah.
And it's all the time that I say you ins and I want to abbreviate that to be shorter. It is the wildest thing when you are speaking to a lawyer and they say yins.
Wow.
Yeah, because you're just I didn't realize this was for everybody.
Right.
This is truly for everybody.
Wait, okay, I'm not familiar with this. What are they using yins like y'all?
Yes, yeah, that's what it means. It's technically short
Are Yin's
for,
coming over tonight? We're going to have a party. Yin's coming over?
It's their version of use.
Yeah,
we say
use. We say use around here.
But it's still better than I was in Troy, Alabama, and someone said, all y'all's is to me. And I was like, how many of you are there?
That's too much.
I am convinced that is why they lost the Civil War. Because, we were busy just saying words, and they were like, we're going to make these words as long as possible. And by the time they figured out, because they're just, we want all y'all's is to invade. And they're like, what are we part of all y'all's is? Are you part of all? And by then we had won.
It's too late.
Yeah,
So
that's how Atlanta burned down.
We have to bring up something if you're now in Pittsburgh, Preston.
Yeah. So there was a while back we saw an article about the mystery of in Pittsburgh in some homes.
Yeah.
In the basement. A toilet.
Oh, that ain't no mystery.
That sits out in no particular, cordoned off area, just in the middle of the room.
Pittsburgh potty.
Pittsburgh potty.
So I moved there to start an arts center. I bought a church, not just to take one off the market, but to turn it into this live, work, play environment for stand-up comedians. And part of it is there's a 3-bedroom house that some of the comedians live in. And we get there, and there's just a toilet in the middle of the damn room. And I walk in with the realtor, and I was like, oh, were they building a bathroom here? And he was like, no.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, so what? And he didn't understand why I thought it was weird because everyone in Pittsburgh is like, you just have a toilet in the middle of the basement.
Yeah.
And it was like a miners thing. And I don't mean like young people.
Right.
I mean, like
So coal miners,
underground.
So can you expand on that? What is the basis? Because we tried to figure out. There would be some sort of modesty, I assume, that would at some point kick in where you want at least like a shower curtain or something to divide you off from potential spectators. But it's defiantly in the middle of the room often with literally nothing around it.
Well, first of all, in Pittsburgh, Permane Brothers is really popular, and so you gotta use the toilet a lot.
Right.
But also, it's just basically, this was back in the day when like the steel workers would come home, they would be super dirty.
Right.
And they would go in, there'd be like a basement entrance. They would go in the basement. It was just for them.
I got
So
it.
they would like be able to like clean up and wash up a little bit before going upstairs.
It's like a mud room. Okay.
Like a mud, literally.
Exactly. It's a butt mud room. That's what it is. And so, but when someone first told that to me, I was like, okay, that makes perfect sense. But where's the shower?
Yes.
Like where if the whole
you need
point
to
is
clean
to
off.
clean up,
Right.
Yeah.
Like where's the shower? And they're like,
We didn't think of
yeah,
that.
you should have.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
If you ran the pipes, you could have just run off a shower.
Exactly. The idea that they're like, well, they need to poop to clean up. I'm like, that's not how pooping works.
I'm going to take a quick poop. I'm going out.
It was after that discussion that we found out about a thing that is more universal than Pittsburgh is the poop knife.
You familiar with this?
No.
And we have people calling in saying that they actually had this at home. It's like a butter knife or a fairly dull knife that is kept in the bathroom if you have too big of a bowel movement.
No.
Seriously. So that it flushes easier.
Steve, think Play-Doh Fun Factory.
You chop it up.
This is because Pittsburgh has too many potatoes in the diet. Like this is what happens in a place. Well, because also it's a place where everybody eats potatoes on everything, and then there are a ton of hills.
Yeah.
And that combination leads to needing a toilet in the basement. That's what.
And a knife to chop.
Exactly. Oh my God, no, that I've never heard of. I know about the parking chair. You
Not
guys have
familiar
heard
with
of
the parking chair? No.
we have
saving a
those here.
space.
Please.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
yes, I do know.
So the parking chair. I didn't know about this because I moved there, and apparently a parking chair is people put out the chair to save a space. I get that in the winter, you dig out your
That's what
space, a
happens
lot of
here.
snow.
Exactly.
They do it year round.
Are you kidding?
Year round, there is a dibs system on parking spaces. People in Pittsburgh believe that if you own a home, that means you get to park in front of it, and I'm like, that is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
So someone told me this story, and so she said that like she was visiting her mom, and there was no parking chair in front of the neighbors, so she goes to park there. Neighbor runs out of the house. She's like, "What are you doing? That's my spot." And she goes, "Well, there was no chair," because she's from Pittsburgh.
Right.
She knows. And so then the woman goes, "Well, I had company over." She pulled in her chair for her
For the company.
Oh, my
and
God.
was saving her space with the
my
ghost
God.
of a chair. And my friend goes, okay, and drives around the block and parks somewhere else. And to me, I'm like, I'm from Queens. You can't reserve a space with a car.
Yeah,
You can't.
Queens.
You can't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
If someone wants that space, they're just going to push you out of it.
Yeah,
And they have.
Yeah.
So that
Wow.
you stated the exact protocol that should be in place. Obviously, if you've spent the time, and you're not even entitled to it legally, but just out of the compassion for the person who spent the time digging out the spot, okay, that makes sense. But when it's completely fine, the notion that you are entitled to that, no one is entitled, as much as even I admit. I park at the side of the house, and you get a little miffed when you have to park further away, but it's legal. They're not doing anything illegal.
Well, I got
It's based on civility.
So I have, so the church that I bought has a bunch of parking in front of it.
Right.
And I have a neighbor across the street who, there's no parking on his side of the street. And he is obsessed with parking directly across from his door. So much so that he would like block our driveway.
Yeah.
Like because he
you
just
can't do
wanted
that.
spot. Yeah, he was doing in a very like just kind of, I've lived here. My family's lived here for 437 years. We've never gone anywhere in life, and therefore I deserve this. It's really frustrating. He's just like, my dad was a general in the Civil War, and he doesn't say which side. Anyway, so I was getting very, very frustrated. And finally I said to him, I go, look, if you keep doing, and by the way, it's so pervasive that if you look at the address on Google Maps, he's blocking my driveway.
Can you hand the address over?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the church is 4721.
They'll call it up on the screen here.
Yeah, 4721 Stanton Avenue. Okay, and it's the spot around the corner.
By the way,
so if you go around the corner on a Stanton Court, that's
I
where
see
it
your
is.
church.
It's a red truck. So if you go around the corner, it's a red truck.
So I got to go over this way?
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, the whole concept, we went down to a photographer had purchased a church here in town.
It is.
You
Hold
see
on.
it?
Yeah, it's parked in front of the driveway.
Red truck parked in front of the
kidding?
driveway. Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
I mean, he could literally back up about 4 feet and
be fine.
and be fine.
He could back. Well,
Is that him?
Well, you know what's even worse though?
What?
So my fiance and I, on a nice night, like to walk around the neighborhood. Not anymore because the lanternflies will kill us all. But we would walk around the neighborhood, and there was one day it starts raining, so we're like, okay, let's kind of cut through this alley. So we cut through this alley that we had never walked down, and it turns out it's right behind his house.
Yeah.
And we just both start laughing. He has a garage.
Oh,
he has a garage behind his house, but he doesn't want to have to walk in through the back door. No. That's not good enough for him. He's got to park. And he keeps saying oh, it's his right to park in front of his house. I was like, that's my house.
Yeah.
You're parking in front of my building.
Yeah.
Park directly in front of your house on that side of the street.
Exactly, and get towed.
And by the way, the things like this escalate all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
Are you trying to mitigate it, or obviously you don't know what this deranged guy?
Well, I tried to mitigate it. The first thing I did when I first got there and he was doing it, I didn't know if it was on purpose.
Okay.
And so I went over and I was like, let me be nice. And I got a Starbucks gift card.
Very
and
nice.
I go, hey, can we talk about the parking? Let me get you a coffee.
Yeah.
He goes around telling all the neighbors that I tried to buy him off. I was like, no, man, I was trying to be a nice neighbor.
And
also, it goes from a $5 Starbucks gift card to telling all the neighbors that I was giving all the neighbors $25 gift cards to Giant Eagle. And then, of course, the other neighbors get pissed because I didn't get a gift card to Giant Eagle. And he's just making all this stuff up.
Wow.
It's utterly ridiculous. And so I was trying to be nice. For 2 years, I was trying to be nice. And finally, I had it. And so I posted this missive on Facebook.
Okay.
And I mean, I may or may not have almost 1 million followers. And so he did not like the results of that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, obviously there's some neighbors that are pissed off because I'm the new guy. But for the most part, he got very, very mocked.
Well, I will say this: you gave it certainly the college try,
Yes.
and you showed restraint. But I mean, I think that's well within your purview to be able to at least. What were you going to do? I mean, you needed at that point. You needed to make a statement.
Well,
the aftermath, has it worked at all?
Well, what's incredible is that post kind of coincided with. I went back and I'm friendly with the rest of his family. The rest of his family is very, very nice people. And so I texted his daughter and I go, hey, just let your dad know this is it. He does it again. He's getting towed.
Okay.
I've had enough. And his excuse was always like, well, I try to give you enough space, but there's never enough room. And I'll park when there's enough room. And then while telling all the other neighbors he's doing it on purpose. Anyway, as soon as I told him he was being towed, weirdly enough, there's enough room now. Wow, what? It's a miracle.
Yeah.
It's a Pittsburgh miracle.
Pittsburgh miracle.
Go ahead, Preston.
People like this, I just,
It's so annoying.
it really bothers me.
Yeah.
I just, hearing your story is giving me anxiety. What's your problem?
Well, there are people who are motivated. They're motivated.
But why?
And you'll never understand why. But there are people who that is, they live for the thrill of that.
Yes.
And they're motivated by that. And it's better to say, I can't understand it, because you don't want to understand it.
Yeah, but
what
he doesn't realize is that, look, I've got enough money to throw around $5 gift cards. So, if he's coming up against me.
Yeah, I'll make it rain.
Exactly. I'll make it rain most of a Frappuccino.
Wow. All right, I want to ask about this church.
Yeah.
So this is your home. This is the entire church?
No.
Okay.
So it's it's not my home. It's I created it as an art center for stand-up
Got it.
comedians.
I'm sorry, I missed that detail ahead of time.
No, that's okay.
So-
I live in the neighborhood, but not in the church.
I've never heard. This is a great concept. I've
Yeah.
never heard of something like this. I did stand up years ago, and I remember,
stuff you'd never see anything like this. There are people who would take other comedians under their wing, and there'd be programs that maybe at a comedy club here and there. But this seems very comprehensive. Explain what you're doing there.
So it's called the Steel City Arts Foundation, or Steel City AF for short. No one ever needs to explain to me what AF also stands for. I wrote the joke. I get the joke. The amount of comments I get that are people like, oh, you know what? Yes. You think that was a coincidence? Yes. So the basic idea is that it's a membership-driven organization. The membership is free. We offer membership to stand-up comedians. And the foundation has everything from a podcast studio to a gym to a green screen studio to the most unique feature of it is a live/hybrid Zoom space. So it can seat 100, but it also has 3 giant screens that you could see thousands of other audience from around the world.
Dude, that's amazing.
And we also have the chapel itself is going to be a performance area, but we're still waiting on zoning from the city.
So what happened when you came into town and said, when the town learned you were going to be bringing comedians into town?
Well, one of the neighbors was so upset. One of the neighbors, I was walking my dog, and I say hello, and he just goes, I don't like what you're doing over there. And I was like, what am I doing over there? And he goes, bringing in all these out of work people. And I was like, no, they're not out of work. They have 3 jobs.
Yeah.
You know, if any, like, oh my God, one of the neighbors, we were hanging out in the backyard. There were 6 people, summer Sunday, 9:30 p.m. This is not 2 a.m. This is, just sitting around in the backyard talking, no music, nothing. This is quieter than the Starbucks would be if you use the gift card. You know? And the neighbor peeks his head over the fence, which, by the way, we built a privacy fence and planted trees so it'd be quieter also. And he just goes, some people here still work with their hands. And I was like, first of all, that doesn't make you better than anybody else. Second of all, one of these comics is a steel worker, so shut up. And third of all, 2 of them are lawyers. It's not like they, sitting around just being like, oh, this is actually a halfway house, which, by the way, is what he told the city it was when he reported us.
That's what I was wondering. That's why I asked about bringing comedians into town, because I thought someone might think that.
Yeah.
But I assume you put on shows there and things, correct?
So we're still waiting on the zoning for that actual building, but then we have there's another building another church that I bought, actually. I'm trying to collect them all. But there's another church that I bought that's already commercially zoned, and so we're going to be doing performances there.
Imagine if you're in your neighborhood, you had like a comedy venue, or just in general, a facility like that. Because it's a learning facility.
It absolutely is. We do classes. We do one of the residents of the house is a guy, Learn More Jonasy, who was a famous comic in Africa who wanted to come over to the States. And so we helped him get his visa. We helped him come over. And he's blown up on Instagram now. He's got like 250,000 followers. He's doing great. He's like semi-famous. And he's one of their neighbors.
Wow.
But also, for some people, you have to consider something about him being from Africa.
Okay.
There are some people who don't like people who look like they are from Africa. If you get my gist, they are racist. So, you run into that. Like, look, overall, the community has been overwhelmingly supportive.
It sounds like a great thing.
I love this.
Yeah.
This
Thank
is
you.
So cool that you're pulling this off.
Yeah, there are people who literally, like, when they see me walking, they will literally pull over their cars and start talking to me because they want to ask about it. But we had this thing, we put a huge mural on the side of the building. And the mural just said Stanton Heights. It was the name of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And so one of the neighbors, the same guy who said we were a halfway house, starts yelling at the artist. And I don't know what gets bleeped here, but he said that, and this is like literally they're laying out the mural.
Yeah.
It's not even painted yet. And he says that it looks like a fish with male genitalia.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I'm just like, what a Rorschach.
Yes.
Like, that is incredible. I think you see that everywhere. It's like, it's like, in a cartoon when, like, the wolf's really hungry and everything's a turkey. It's that. And he like, yells at the painters, which is just so obnoxious. And anyway, he weaponizes this antiquated sign code where if the sign has the neighborhood name in it, it's considered a gateway sign. Which to me, gateway sign is such a funny phrasing to the idea of, like, first you're painting a sign, then you're doing heroin, like, what's next? So we had to paint over it. And it was also, it said Stanton Heights over, like, geometric rainbow colors. And so I think that's part of what angered some people. So we talked to the city and we go, okay, so we can't have the neighborhood name. And they were like, no. And even appealing it, which we probably would have won, but even appealing it cost almost $1,000 just to file the appeal.
Yeah.
And so instead, we repainted the mural, and now we contacted the John Lewis Foundation. And now the mural says, get in good trouble, John Lewis.
Right.
And so now the mural, you see the picture right there.
Oh, yeah.
So now the mural is both rainbow and says get in good trouble. So when someone complains about it, it's so fun to just be like, is it the homophobia or the racism? Which one?
Right.
So
That's
here
awesome.
you're in the mural, capital of the world. We have more murals on buildings than I think literally than any
anywhere
place in the world.
Yeah, that makes sense in Philly. You got to paint over the bloodstains.
It does help. It does help. I'll tell you this though, it is really an enhance. Sometimes you'll be riding along and you'll see like, when the hell did they
something
put
looks
that up?
Really beautiful.
It's amazing what these guys do.
Oh, the amount of time. So every time my fiance and I pass a mural anywhere, we just go, I can't believe they put that up without consulting us first. Because that's what some of the neighbors were upset about. And look, even if it was ugly, which it isn't, it is people stop and take pictures with it all the time. They love it. But even if it was ugly and it was awful, we have a neighbor whose house looks pretty stupid.
Yeah.
And we hate the color.
Yeah.
And every time we drive by it, we laugh.
Yeah.
Because it's funny, because they have a dumb-looking house.
Right.
Enjoy yourself. Someone did something dumb to their house. Enjoy yourself.
I get quality of life, and I get, but you actively were reaching out to just say, hey, here's what's going on. Here's your coffee. Let's talk. Let's do this. Privacy. Blah blah blah. But sometimes that's not good enough. But the mission of what you're attempting to do and appears successfully is so good.
Thank you.
So, do you see a long-term, countrywide, perhaps, approach to this, or is it? I mean, are there really huge aspirations for this, or you're going to keep it fairly modest?
I mean, depends how much you want to donate. No, it's something that, look, I would love to see this thrive, and I've definitely had people be like, hey, we need to do this in Detroit. I'm like, we need to do anything in Detroit. But they, a lot of people want to replicate this. It is the first of its kind, and it's not something that I necessarily want to make happen everywhere because I don't have that kind of bandwidth.
Yeah.
But if other people want to do it, I'm happy to let them know how to sink a whole lot of money into an old building.
Steve, you seem like a really nice person, but it also seems to me like you don't suffer fools very well. And the case in point is something you posted on your Instagram the other day where somebody commented at you that they're enjoying your bot followers. And then your response was, you have the deductive reasoning skills of a dead platypus. And the way that you phrased that to me was just phenomenal.
I'm so sorry to all the dead platypi out there. I don't mean to lump you into the... Yeah, I appreciate you saying so. It is, what's amazing, by the way, is there was a follow-up on that.
From that guy?
From that guy. So I post that. It gets 16,000 reactions. And the guy, and I link to it in the original comment, and I go, hey, man, now you can admit you're wrong and apologize, but let's see if you double down. And so what does he do? He goes, well, you have over 800,000 followers, and it's only 8,000 reactions, because obviously he can't count, even though it says how many. But he goes, you only have 8,000 reactions. Thanks for proving my point. And I was like, oh my God, you do not understand the internet at all. There's another one, if you look back a little bit further back in my feed, where someone goes, this guy keeps coming to my feed. Do I have to block him? And I write back and I go, yeah, literally that's how the internet works. And he goes, this isn't the internet, it's Facebook. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize this was the analog Facebook store. I didn't realize, like next to the Apple store at a mall, there's a Facebook store where you go in and you pay $30 to comment.
It's funny how these things are just in general. Again, just the overview, the 30,000-foot view, as they say, of there's so much information, so much data. The length and breadth of what you have to understand is always changing. We were just talking about how YouTube keeps changing their algorithms and how they all start changing their algorithms and how numbers, there's no real ultra hard and fast rules to any of this right now, but there's a general understanding of it.
Yeah, the general understanding is that not everyone in your feed is going to see everything you post.
Right. It just doesn't happen. And we talked about, you'll put up, somebody will put up a picture of them eating a piece of pie or whatever, and it just explodes, and then someone busts their ass on something to try to get a whole bunch of likes or hits, and nothing.
But here's the difference. Like, okay, you remember that the woman in the Chewbacca mask a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Like, look, that got like 80 million views, and she did a ton of TV. What's she doing now?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing. And the reason why
It's
is when you
ephemeral.
have one thing go viral, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you have something go viral when you have a breadth of work to back it up, that's when you get people following you, that's when you sell tickets, that's when you get subscribers, etc. And so, like, what's amazing to me is how willingly wrong people are on the internet. Like, you can look like you're brilliant anytime you want.
Right.
If you don't know something, that's just you between you and Google. Google won't tell anyone. Like, you can literally be like, how do you read a book? And Google will be like, here's a friendly answer telling you how to read a book.
Right.
You don't have to go on and be like, I'm proudly illiterate. Like, you don't have to do that. Google won't narc you.
Right, right.
But people just are just like, I'm so dumb. I'm confidently dumb. It's wild. Like, most of the thing, when I pull out statistics when I'm replying to somebody, I didn't know those.
Yeah.
I just thought, this sounds interesting. Let me check.
Investigate. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
It's amazing.
I'll tell you what, from the time that we started doing the show, years ago, when there was we can literally within the second jump on and look for something if we need a fact or what about that or how do you do this instantaneously. Years ago, maybe we'd talk about it and then half hour, 45 minutes later, somebody who knew somebody would give a call and this is what that's about. And it's just dramatic and just really a blip on the calendar. And now all of this is readily at our fingertips.
Oh, I did a video like a week or two ago where I talked about how there was some really damning evidence from the U.S. Census when it came to education levels and who people vote for.
Right.
And the, educational attainment, which basically means the ability to graduate high school, college, or grad school. And I posted this video basically saying that I think it's like all the top 20 states in educational attainment all voted Democrat. And someone replies and goes, oh, yeah, what's your sources? I'm like, what's my sources for the U.S. Census? The census.
Right.
That's my source. The actual, and they're like, well, that's biased. I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, that's biased among liberals. I go, what year was the census taken and who was president when it was taken? So even if you think the census could possibly be biased, but people were still like, I don't take that as a source. I'm like, if you don't take the census as a source, I got nothing for you. There's nothing like, what's your source for your own name? my birth certificate.
The internet, also the ease of the information is now rendered useless. Testing someone's knowledge via the radio, a la a trivia question. We should just change it to who can look up the answer quickly enough.
Right. That's really what happens. And we know it. And
it
of
is
course,
what it is. But, you know.
But we love it. It
We
doesn't
still do
matter.
it.
It's how we move product.
Yeah. You know what you have to do? You have to do wrong answers only. Trivia.
Yeah.
You have
How
to do
quickly can you come up with a wrong answer?
Yeah, the most creative wrong answer wins.
I hate those, though, when I see them pop up on social media. And I will be the dick that provides the exact correct answer.
But that is also because a lot of people who try to be funny aren't.
Yeah, yeah.
And God bless them for trying. I think it's adorable.
Yeah.
Like I did, I like to do a thing when I'm traveling, like I would do, all right, I'm doing a show in Philly. So let me do, Pennsylvania, a song. And, the idea, it could be like, name that Altoona or whatever it is.
Right.
And the amount of people who would just be like, oh, I really like Springsteen. Okay, thanks. First of all, he's New Jersey. Second of all, that's not how the game works. Yeah. It's wild.
Hey, I want to ask you something completely off topic from this, but we spent a lot of time talking about Pittsburgh and that community, but you being from New York, how have you avoided your accent is like Americana center. Right, I'm getting a hint of no region whatsoever from you.
Okay, so when I was 12, I used to have a Brooklyn accent. Both my parents are from Brooklyn. I grew up in Queens.
Yeah, how did you elude that?
And I had a Brooklyn accent. And my brother, who's 4 years older, and he skipped a grade, so he's 5 years ahead of me, he was like, you sound like an idiot. And I was like, no, I don't. I don't sound stupid. What are you talking about? I sound good. I talk good. And he basically mocked it out of me. And but then traveling as much as I do, I was never, even though I started comedy in New York, I was never a New York comic. I was hitting the road pretty early. And so I kind of picked up these little regionalisms here and there. We joked about it before, but I do use y'all all the time. And people are like, how does a kid from Queens grow up saying y'all? I'm like, I didn't. I started when I was 20. But I just kind of nuked it.
Yeah.
And every now and then it'll come out.
I think in general everything starts to homogenize out. Because it will happen. There's always been, I referred to it on the show occasionally years ago, the notion that, again, on the Enterprise, how many hundreds of years from now in Star Trek, that you'd have a thick Scottish accent,
Oh, yeah. That's hilarious.
Right.
Well, he's from the planet of Scotland.
You impress me as the type of person, a la changing your accent, that you're very determined. If you want to do something, you just go ahead and do it. I would like to learn ABCD. I'm going to do that now. Is that a fair assessment?
I guess so. There are just so few things I want to learn.
Yeah.
So the stuff. Well, no, I like learning facts and figures and stuff like that. I definitely I've got a buddy who just decided one day he was going to learn to smoke pastrami, and then he just smoked excellent pastrami. And I was like, I wouldn't
in the
have,
classic sense, right?
Yeah.
Not as a bizarre.
I was like, I wouldn't have the patience for that. You know how I would smoke pastrami? I would order pastrami and tell people I smoked it. But he can really do that. For me, if I do something, I want to do it well. Otherwise, what's the point?
Preston will stick with something if I don't immediately take to it, and then I'm done. I need to show a proclivity for it early, or I'm tapping out.
Oh, I am a classic A- student.
Right.
Like, I am someone where it's like, I do it, when I say I want to do it well, I mean well enough.
Yeah.
Like, well enough that I get by, well enough that I will do it better than most other people, but not well enough that I'm not going to be a perfectionist about it. So
yeah. I think I see myself like I have a lot of interest and a lot of things I can. The skill set we always describe for a comedian or for somebody who does what we do, you can speak on a number of issues, topics, but not go deep into them. You on surface you come across as wow. And then you go 3 questions and you go, Steve's a moron.
I am so good. I hope you meant you and
yes.
me. I am so good at making people think I know what I'm talking about. That's the skill. I can do that. Okay, sports, all right? Yeah. I'm a sports fan. I'm not one of those guys who knows who the 3rd string on the Eagles is. Right, I have no idea. You can make up a name and ask me how he's doing, but instead of the classic idiots are the ones who then try to go with you on whatever. If you would say this 3rd string quarterback, whatever, and I hadn't heard of them, I would just change it to just be like, well, the problem is that, they're going to be up against the Cowboys and you don't know exactly how they're doing. And I will change the subject to something I do know about.
Right.
And talk about that emphatically. And most people will just go with you on the subject change.
Border collie the direction.
Yep, but my favorite thing to do to a sports fan is just confidently say something that's completely untrue. And I love just being like, oh, well, the thing about the Brewers is, they're a great late season team. And just say that really confidently. And then people start arguing against something that is patently untrue. It's so fun.
You're a bomb thrower when it comes to that.
Oh, it's the best to just be like, yeah, the Phillies do have the winningest record of all time. If you go back in history, you don't know how they're going to do in the postseason, but regular season, they have more wins than any other team in history. Now, partly it's because they're an older franchise. Then you just let people agree with that.
Oh,
it's
that's
so
great.
fun.
That is great. Well, listen, Steve, we got to wrap up, man. We got a couple things we need to do, but we appreciate you stopping by here. The Keswick Theater show tonight at 8 o'clock. You can get tickets at keswicktheater.com. If you want to follow Steve on social media, Steve Hofstetter on Instagram, just easy to find. Which social media do you prefer?
Everything but Twitter.
Everything but Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, I decided to leave Twitter when death threats became part of the terms of service.
Yeah.
So,
bailed
but
too.
at Steve Hofstetter are pretty much everything.
Excellent. All right, man. Have a great show tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming by. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
Steve
always a
Hofstetter.
pleasure. Good to catch up with you guys.
Keswick Theater. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a sec. So stay here.
Preston and Steve.
He's getting a check, though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have today, this afternoon, we're gonna do some what we a band afternoon where we have the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, I mean, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, there's a lot of work leading up to it.
I spend, maybe on both of these, I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks. Wow. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks, and that was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up and throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened literally finishing Doctor Strange, and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
it's really cool to be a part of this, but for us in the Marvel universe and all of these intersect, we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie, credits come up, and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show! Friend of the show!
You were sitting right next to me.
Yeah.
You're like, Giacchino! Friend of the show! We know that guy! So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year. And then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some yes, some no, but I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
So it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right, indies.
Small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
All that.
You learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like that?
want to, yeah, absolutely. We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up, and we want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them because the Pixar films are amazing. And these they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking the lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes. What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God! It's been a while, but the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one!
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke...
The crowd loved it.
They did. They
You
did.
could hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of Farming Insurance Company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belonged to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind in the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
Yeah, I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look, and more so though with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at
cancel
hiding
each other out
or something like that. But yeah, and not and like maybe you guys too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
Yeah,
no, but
exactly.
I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know him.
Let me do it. All right.
You going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Steve drew a picture of, what is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
And all of you are going to draw a penis. Any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis. So
I won't draw a penis.
You're
I
lying.
promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's
eyes.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I draw boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
No,
I
can't.
see.
I'm guessing what you drew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah, don't cover your eyes up.
And don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina.
Oh,
no, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have you proved anything here?
Do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah,
Oh, wait, no, look at Kathy's eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
I can't see through the paper. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
It's also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys like doodle, that you draw penises.
I know,
What
but-
do you think? Like for real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang
That's
on,
not what I
Kathy.
would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw.
They
Penises
are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God!
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target.
I thought it was
dripping
gonna-
into
No,
a
that's the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the 7th game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing.
Web page, if you have the ability, it's actually very easy, or even an Eventbrite or whatever. Just so there's something to link to, it makes it a lot easier. And include that link with your information. That makes it much quicker to get your information out and in front of everyone.
We can send that over to Nick, and then he can post it on the website, and that's easy to do. But also just for passing along the information on the radio, if you can succinctly put it in a short paragraph, that helps out a lot. In order to pass that along. So that's the little butt plug there. Yes, Casey.
And can I have more charts, by the way, if that's okay? I want to thank, because recently 3 different listeners have given me these really nice, cool gifts that, they're not expensive or anything like that.
Right.
But I want to thank listener Kyle. Okay, so Kyle says, hey, why did the radio apply for a job? It wanted to tune into a better career. So he sent me a calendar of dad jokes. So
very nice.
He Amazoned that to me. Then I want to thank listener Dana, who showed up to my event last night, and she 3D printed me this really cool Phillies necklace. And on the back of it is the Nick Castellanos middle ring finger that she did. That was really, really nice of her. And then also I'm wearing a shirt today from listener John Clark, who came to my event last night and gave me a T-shirt that he got.
At an event where you were giving out T-shirts.
Exactly, and it was unnecessary, but I'm very, very grateful for all of you guys.
I'm going to hit this one, and now I'm going to do one.
Yes.
I'm going to give you, Casey, one for giving me my cool Norm Macdonald T-shirt the other day.
Yay!
Oh,
There you
that
go.
was a gift from Casey?
Yes.
That was nice.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I just gave you a gift. It was really
You've
nice.
gotten gifts from Casey all the time.
I know.
And there's one on the way for you, mister.
Stop it.
No.
By the way, I want Nick's shirt. He's wearing a Four Walls whiskey
thanks for
shirt.
ruining the surprise. No,
Oh.
Hey, I crawled through a lot of pricker bushes to get you the whiskey.
That's right. That's right. I should be thankful for everything you guys have all done for me over the years, and I haven't really done much for you, so I apologize. I'm going to shove that right back down my throat here. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Wait a minute. No.
Wait.
Yeah, hang on. Threw me off.
Yes. Yeah, it makes sense.
93.3
why I wasn't ready.
WMMR Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
All right, the word is hero. H-E-R-O. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do it. Enter it through WMMR.com. Or through the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure you do indeed answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And it's sponsored by Horizon Services. So the word again is hero, H-E-R-O. It's time to do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Birds. Just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. You can watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contests, Bud Lights, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. I'm going to start with a disturbing story. We'll just get this out of the way. But, and I know you know this story, Steve. A senior Defense Department official has been charged with helping to run a dog fighting ring in suburban Maryland in which dogs were allegedly electrocuted with jumper cables if they lost. This psycho. Frederick D. Moorfield Jr., the Pentagon's Deputy Chief Information Officer, 62 years old, and co-defendant Mario Flythe were charged by federal authorities with promoting and furthering an animal fighting venture.
It was hard to just absolutely brutal treatment of these dogs.
At their initial court appearance Thursday, a federal judge ordered both defendants released pending trial. According to an affidavit, Moorfield and Flythe used encrypted messaging to talk to people around the U.S. about dogfighting. Moorfield allegedly used the name Gihad Kennels. Flythe allegedly used the name Razor Sharp Kennels to identify their respective operations. Two men and their associates allegedly used encrypted messages to exchange videos and to set up fights. Moorfield and the others also discussed how to hide their dogfighting from law enforcement.
A major official here.
Yeah, in screenshots of telegram messages exchanged with a contact named Big Goon, Moorfield offers to bet $1,000 on a dogfight and then lowers his bet to $700. When Big Goon tells him the dog quit fighting, Moorfield says, F these dogs, and adds that he will no longer bet on anyone else's dogs. 12 dogs were seized by federal authorities after searches of Moorfield and Flythe's Maryland homes were conducted. They also found veterinary steroids, a carpet that appeared to be stained with blood, an electrical plug, and jumper cables, which the affidavit says is consistent with devices used to kill dogs that lose fights. Moorfield's LinkedIn shows jobs with the Air Force and the Defense Department dating back to 1989. He was promoted to his current position 5 years ago. A Pentagon spokesperson says the Defense Department is aware of the criminal complaint and that Moorfield is no longer working in the building and referred to any additional questions to law enforcement. The gall on someone, and someone in general, but somebody of that position.
Right, that level of brutality.
Good
Horrific.
God. All right, different story altogether. A man left suffering from horrendous testicular pain for 6 years thanked the Daily Record for helping him get surgery amidst a growing shortage of top doctors. Martin Brown told how the wait made his life hell. He suffered severe testicular pain for 6 years before he finally got an operation.
Is he one of these dudes that had like the elephantitis?
They swelled up really big. Martin was first diagnosed with the problem in 2017, was referred to a consultant urologist the following year, but it took a further 3 years just to get an appointment.
Your balls are showing.
His agony continued as his testicles swelled and shrunk regularly, causing him immense pain. 2 years ago, he was given an x-ray in relation to a hernia, and 2 days later, when it was examined by a urologist, he said he found minimal blood flow to his testicle, that a lump had been detected, and that it would have to be removed. But by February this year, nothing had been done. He described the pain as if being kicked between the legs every time he moved.
That sounds unpleasant.
He said the pain goes up into my stomach like a steel rod. I think we all know that pain. Martin finally...
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Finally got his pre-op in January ahead of a planned operation in February, but 2 days later it was canceled without explanation. He has been married for 29 years. He said sex had been off the agenda because of his condition for many years.
Because of his huge, painful balls.
Unable to play with his grandchildren and rarely even ventured out of the house. And in fact, his inactivity caused him to gain 125 pounds, and he blew up to 400 altogether. But they finally got to it because the newspaper stepped in and helped out. And so they have taken care of his balls. He said the pain He said it's about a 70% success. And so
What
it's
does that mean?
on the way.
All
Well,
right.
means that the pain isn't all gone, but most of it is gone. So that's nice to hear. All right, let me see. I'm sorry, I have a lot of disturbing stories. I really don't want to end.
Dog fighting, huge balls. What else you got?
I don't want to end the week.
Any bleeding rectums in there?
Well, this actually has a happy ending because this is now over. A 21-year-old college student.
A dog bit a man's balls off.
No, was detained in Dubai after airport staffers accused her of assaulting and insulting them. And her name is Elizabeth Polanco de los Santos. She was traveling from Istanbul with a friend when the incident unfolded in mid-July, detained and she was detained in Dubai. And they've held her for like a year.
Really?
And she said that as she went through security screening, airport employees told her she needed to take off her doctor-mandated waist training brace. Despite her hesitation, she agreed that she was ushered into a booth with female security officers who she said they were rough as they removed the compressor. She said, I felt violated, added that she was uncomfortable and afraid. She tried to put the trainer back on herself, a process that takes two people, before crying and asking for help. Security officers didn't help and blocked her exit, at which time she lightly nudged one of them so that she could call out to a friend for help. She said, I gently touched her arm to get her out of the way.
That was it.
And desperately started crying, and that was it. Yeah, they arrested her. They detained her for touching the female customs officer, and they have held her for a year.
Yeah, I remember seeing this story. Yeah.
When I had set this aside for the bizarre file, she was still there. As of 2 days ago, she has now been extradited, and they've released her, and she is back home now. But you hear about these every now and then, some little incident like this, and you're in a certain country that doesn't tolerate any kind of criminal, quote-unquote criminal behavior.
Right.
And they will keep you there for a while. So what was that? Locked Up Abroad? Was that show?
Series? Well, if that man, you mind your P's and Q's when you travel out of the country. Some places you will end up in prison faster than you can realize. It's amazing and horrific.
All right, and then I'm not going to do these. I have like 3 stories of people shooting each other in drive-through windows.
What the hell happened?
So we'll skip that. But okay, here you go. Last story. It's short and it's a good one. A driver suffered minor injuries when a deer fell from an overpass above and crashed through his windshield in New Jersey.
You're sure it wasn't a llama or a kangaroo?
They've been on the loose lately.
They've been on the loose.
It happened Wednesday in the southbound lanes of Route 21 just before 8 a.m. Police said a deer jumped or fell off the Route 3 overpass before landing in the driver's lap.
Jeez.
The impact caused the driver to strike a concrete barrier and crash into another vehicle traveling southbound.
Wow.
The driver
could have been very deadly.
Taken to the hospital with minor injuries. The deer did not survive. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, 9 minutes after 10 o'clock. You have 6 minutes left to enter the word hero for MMR's Crumb Bum Cash. So you want to do that now. You can do it through WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911. So the word is hero. Make sure you do it now. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. More on the way. Lesson question, trash music news. Just like this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together.
Everyone had the same experience with your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday, and we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in? And we'll play a game with them.
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Obviously.
You needed all
Yeah,
the
all
info.
of the information, yeah.
You know, it's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s. And I definitely had yearbooks and all those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
Well,
it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures, and people sign it, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
mall shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the '80s were probably way worse than anybody right now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception. And
Yeah.
but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yep.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?" Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes,
We partied
yeah.
very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your
All right,
friends?
and before I do that, do we need to get callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or another, we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain.
though.
It's going to be a straight-up trivia contest. And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
They're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person in that spot,
right.
and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off, which is a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Cheston Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are
won't-
aware of some of
I
them.
won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that
No.
are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. He's
He
got
has a
that
nice
now.
new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Leasick.
Yay!
By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean,
That's him.
this is him.
That would be that, Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have to admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these are friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high.
Oh, sure.
And then Chet didn't end up at art school until junior year, right?
Right.
Were you
Okay.
you were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures.
Nick
photos.
Murphy did
Great.
some wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so
Okay.
that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right. Question number one. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would, actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve
Off
is
the
correct.
ramp.
Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yeah. And
So
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
And it had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went... We'd put it over your head, like pull it down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight
yes.
type of a helm that you would wear. So,
all right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to
WMMR learning to fly. It's 17 minutes after 10 on Friday morning, and the Preston and Steve radio show. It's not looking too bad out right now.
No, it actually looks much better than I thought it was supposed to look today. So is the rain coming later today?
I heard it depends. There may be some showers that pop up this afternoon, but yeah, it could be anywhere from like 2 to later on tonight. But the steady stuff is until tomorrow.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I ran about 60 to 70% of my lighting array for my Halloween decorations. So we're closing in on it. Yeah.
Getting there. Yeah, tomorrow rain. Today's high 78 though, so really not too bad. And then Sunday and Monday cooler, high like 62 degrees, something like that. Before we do the lesson question, all that stuff, Kathy wanted to mention something about your activities.
Yeah, so there's a lot of
Wait. Play it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Hang on a second.
There you
go.
There's a lot of activities that are taking place this weekend and some that are just this weekend. So the Bolton Mansion has their guided ghost tour this weekend, both on Saturday and Sunday. They have a couple of other events that will hit later weekends, but
I got to get over there at some point. It's awesome.
Yeah, those guided ghost tours are this weekend. And then the Hay Maze in the city, right at Dilworth Park, they have their Harvest Weekend that is both, it's tonight through Sunday. So even if you get a little rain on Saturday, you can go on Sunday. And then at the Hortulus Farm, their Harvest Weekends start this weekend. So
what farm?
Hortulus?
Hortulus. Okay.
Yes, in Newtown. They start this weekend, and theirs will go throughout the month of
It's
of
a looser
October.
farm.
Their harvest weekends go through the month of October.
And you were out there. You raved on it, right?
It is.
It's sort of like. Is it sort of like the upper?
Yeah, it's like
tier.
I feel like picturesque is the perfect word for it. It's it's different than the other farms in the area.
The pics look great,
and it's just more of kind of laid back. It's a beautiful feel, but they have everything that you need: the pumpkins, all that, and
welcome
beautiful
to our
flowers.
little farm.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit.
That's okay every now and then.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The full fall activities list is available at PrestonandSteve.com. And make sure you take a gander at those if you haven't yet before these things come and go. All right?
Yes. I mean, and some of them are sold out, but there's plenty to do on there that are not going to sell out.
All right. So we're going to go through the lesson question now. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Drew Lynch, who's playing the Keswick Theater next Thursday. Question I have for you this morning is, what can Steve of 2023 still wear from the time when he was only 7?
Yeah.
215-263 WMMR. He can still wear what? What can Steve now still wear from when he was only 7 years old? That was from about 7 o'clock this morning. Let's see if you were listening. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Michael Jordan making history, becoming the first professional athlete to land on the Forbes 400 list of the world's wealthiest people. Jordan says while the milestone is an honor, he prefers to remain humble and enjoy the simple pleasures of having a gigantic penis.
Oh, yeah.
The aunt of Tristan Thompson's first child, a son named Prince, claiming the NBA star dotes on his kids with Khloe Kardashian, but has no time for Prince. Thompson says he makes time for all of his children, but has to favor the ones who are more famous.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the 3 writers who are refusing to return to the Drew Barrymore show after the star decided to bring the show back before the strike was over say they are profoundly disappointed with her. Chelsea White, Kristen Kinnon, and Liz Coe say they need to take a stand to make a point that writers who write for Drew Barrymore are easily replaced.
No. All right, let's go to the phone, see if somebody knows the answer to this. What can Steve of 2023 still wear from the time when he was only 7 years old? We'll go to Mike and see if we can get an answer. Hey, Mike.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to see you, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
All right, what can Steve still fit into, please?
Communion suit.
Communion suit, yes. Hang on, buddy. We'll get your info, and we will give you a pair of tickets to see Drew Lynch Thursday, October 12th, Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now. Details available on the concert calendar at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Dickhead.
All right, brought to you this morning by Monster Mania 57, November 10th to the 12th in Oaks, Pennsylvania with Alice Cooper. Scream reunion. The stars of 5 nights at Freddy's and more. And tickets are on sale now, monstermania.net. We'll start with this. The Ramones are the focus of a new Blink-182 video for their single Dance With Me. Clip serves as a love letter to the Ramones, and they pay homage to one of their favorite bands. Dressed in black wigs, dark sunglasses, and leather jackets, the members recreate some of the wildest and most memorable moments of Ramones history. The new Blink-182 album, One More Time, is going to be out October 20th, by the way. That's the first time that all 3 of those guys have recorded together since 2011. That's Mark, Tom, and Travis.
Where do you stand on the Ramones?
Huge
fan. I'm a fan.
They're fun.
Yeah.
And some cool songs. I didn't get them at first. I didn't know that they were this groundbreaking entity that I eventually did find out about. But their songs they're simple, they're fun, and I don't really sit down and go, man, I'm going to listen to some Ramones today.
No, likewise. But I appreciate the impact, and I do enjoy a lot of the stuff. And you can hear 30 songs in 9 minutes.
I mean, when Rockaway Beach is on, I sing along to that. When any of those songs come on, I'm right there for it. So but obviously some people hold them in the highest of regard. And they deserve it. In a new interview posted by blabbermouth.net, Anthrax guitarist Scott Ian talked about the progress of the next album. He said they started on it pre-COVID, then basically shut down creatively until about a year ago and started working on it again. He also said that he's pretty sure they've got dates on the books for Joey Belladonna to do his vocals next month. Their last album, For All Kings, came out in 2016, and in 2021, Anthrax celebrated the band's 40th anniversary.
He's describing it as Five Finger Death Punch meets Baby Shark.
Oh.
So that should be an interesting journey musically.
Something nobody's ever done before, that's for sure. Pre-sale for Portraits of Lemmy, the book about Motorhead's late lead singer and bassist, begins today.
That'd be a non-attractive portrait.
And it includes rare and previously unseen photos and is the 8th book of the series. The coffee table photo book traces the career of Lemmy from the early 70s until his death at age 70 on December 28th, in 2015.
Was
He
it?
passed shortly after learning he had cancer.
Wasn't Lemmy voted the most at one point? I think you even reported on it, the most unattractive rock star of all time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. A custom-made urn containing his ashes is on permanent display at Forest Lawn Cemetery in Hollywood.
I think you remember this as well. It was Martha Quinn was interviewing somebody, and they had called her out on calling them the ugliest band.
No, I don't remember
and I
that.
feel like I have this vague memory, and I think it was the Ramones. I think it was the Ramones, and she was like, "Oh no!" like. You heard that? You weren't supposed to hear that.
Yeah, Joey Ramone, not an attractive guy.
No.
Not an attractive front man, for sure. So, no, but I would like to see that.
Yeah.
We have the Foo Fighters special weekend taking place here at MMR, and we are excited to be bringing you some blocks from Foo Fighters. We'll do double shots, actually, and also your chance to win tickets all weekend long. So make sure that you have tuned in. Everything or Nothing at All Tour is going to be at Hershey Park Stadium July 23rd. So we will have those tickets to give away this weekend. And speaking of tickets, I'm going to wrap up music news by giving away my final pair of this. This is so cool. It's in the middle of Camp Out for Hunger. I doubt I'm going to be able to go. Maybe. You never know. But Geddy Lee, My Effin' Life in Conversation, is going to be taking place Wednesday, November 15th at the Met in Philadelphia. So not too far away from where we'll be. Maybe I could sneak down there.
Well, maybe he can drop by and visit you.
That'd be great. Tickets went on sale about 25 minutes ago, and we have a pair of tickets to caller number 22 at 215-263-WMMR, and every ticket purchased gets a copy of the long-awaited memoir.
Now, years ago, Fish played at the Met at the Monday of Camp Out for Hunger.
And
I went. Now, I hopped on the subway right there.
Yep.
Took it all the way down Broad Street.
It's very easy.
It was an easy commute. Got off the subway, went. I didn't stay for the whole show. I probably stayed for the first set, maybe a song or two of the second set, and then buzzed all the way back down. It's not too, and it's not inconceivable. But I'm also not Preston or Steve, you know what I mean? So, my presence is not necessarily that important or as important as yours.
I think what's important is that obviously Geddy would want to go out for drinks afterwards.
I would think so.
And that's the onus is on you.
It's a little too late.
You know, he's going to be very excited to meet you.
Yeah. But listen, if we could get Geddy Lee to come by the Camp Out, we will do everything we possibly can.
They're very generous people. He's an eloquent man. He would understand the impact of the Camp Out for Hunger. We're using every excuse in the book to get his ass out there.
Yeah. There's another chance to win tickets at WMMR.com if you don't win them now, so call. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrapping up the program and giving away our Word of the Week prize when we return, so please stay with us.
Hot.
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
We wouldn't have been at school on Easter.
I'm going to give you an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
It's a city in Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, but often a holiday for many people who can't pronounce Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, no.
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh, Hawk doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? Who's? All right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Chet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood, and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
Stealing that huge thing.
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this is
from Belle Reef Country Club.
Yeah.
This is the father, okay? The father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeberger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You
Thanks,
did not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt, what would have been, obviously you're stealing things that are felonies. Yeah.
Stealing is right.
What was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody did.
And where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
You had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish students.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got 1 correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby.
Kirby.
Drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud. And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you
What?
serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a
shut,
javelin, bought the Playboy Club?
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen.
There you go.
Well, of course.
All right. So who was Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke. So Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed.
Steve.
I
You have to paraphrase.
we weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take that! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with the J.
Oh.
Can we get away with that?
No.
No jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was
Was that
this?
Patty's? That might have been
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a
up.
fire hose, man.
The Peter North of the group?
It only hurts when I juke. So. There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that was that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse Box Office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central. But we also had a friendship with some Catholic schoolgirls
Right.
who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and a whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was the Catholic schoolgirls that were afraid of the semen on the
So
couch.
you could no man batter on the couch.
Yep.
All right.
On Nan's
All right.
couch.
There we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois at Ken's Lounge?
Nope. Preston?
Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old
I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my God. In
At the
Columbia.
zoo.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There is a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please, you
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, did...
Fruit.
Oh, yeah. Low-hanging fruit.
Well, they have a couple more months now of that.
Bill.
But Bill, and I meant this is the greatest compliment, he can now join the ranks of Gary Lauer as being a extended member of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, most definitely. So, we'll get many more moments between
Absolutely.
now and then with Bill, I'm sure.
And we have something in mind for him, I think.
Well, we'll see. All right, so we're wrapping up today's program. I would like to thank our guests. We had Joe List on. Joe is playing Helium Comedy Club, and he's got shows tonight, tomorrow night. The 7:30 show tomorrow night is sold out. But heliumcomedy.com to get tickets, and he was a very nice guy. It's cool to have him here. And Steve Hofstetter was here, too. Same thing, super nice guy. And he's playing the Keswick Theater. That show is tonight, 8 o'clock. One show only, KeswickTheater.com. So we enjoyed having the peeps by today.
May I mention something quickly? The Paws Mutt Strut has been postponed till Sunday.
Okay, so they've officially done that.
Right. So
You have two events on Sunday then.
Yeah, no, I can't do that one now because I have to be at the Kegs for Cats, and that will. I won't be able to go to the Mutt Strut. However, Kristen Herman from our sister station will be there, and Sue Serio will be there, and so there'll be a great representation.
Oh, and you know what? I was supposed to host an event tomorrow at Rafferty Subaru. They do this a few times a year, but they partner with the Providence Animal Center.
Right.
And I believe Marissa's going to be there tomorrow from 11 to 1. But there is a pet adoption event that's going on at Rafferty tomorrow.
Gonna be great.
They're going to have a ton of puppies. Every time I go there, I mean, they have these cute little puppies that they rescue. A lot of times from like Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. But these cute puppies and kittens that are available for adoption at Rafferty tomorrow, that's going on. If you go to, Rafferty's website, they'll have that information there. And I wish we had it on our website. I don't know if we do or not. It doesn't look like it. But that is going on tomorrow at Rafferty.
Also, I was supposed to go to a street fair in Conshohocken, and for the exact same reason as your event, Steve, it's been moved to Sunday. So if you were going to go to the Conshohocken Street Fair tomorrow from 10 to 2, it's now moved to Sunday from 10 to 2, and hopefully better weather on Sunday.
All right, Pierre Robert is here.
I bring better weather.
Yes, you do. Every day.
Every day. Oh, guess what?
What?
So last
Chicken
night.
butt.
Last night was the premiere.
That's such a little kid thing. Sorry, Pierre. Go ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. I am a child, and I appreciate being treated like one. Because this is dad.
Yeah.
Resbo is dad. Let's just face it. Last night was the premiere of the David Sikkonen movie.
Yes.
Feel the Heat. This really cool documentary at the Film Fest in Old City, and
you're in it.
I have a part in it. Lots of people do, talking about Dave and the Hooters and stuff like that. That was cool, and we had a lovely time there. But there were 5 films that were premiered. Among them was this other film on a gentleman who has an illness, an autoimmune illness, and he was running 4 marathons in a year. and his name slips me, escapes me, but you're featured in it.
Me?
Yeah. There's because he runs these marathons. And he runs them in Los Angeles and a couple of other places. And the last one he runs is Philadelphia. And there are 3 or 4 clips of Preston. I guess you must have had him as a guest on the show. Or, Gary, I think is his first name.
Oh, is this, you said he runs tons of marathons.
Well, no, he was doing this just to, inspire other people with this illness. So his goal was to do 4 marathons. And they made a film of him. And,
I think I remember this guy.
I don't know that it might have been during the pandemic. He might have been a Zoom guest. So, you guys have so many folks on, I could easily understand.
Yeah, interesting.
But the beginning of it has you talking about telling his story on video behind the mic as you are now.
Wow.
And then I said, I wonder if he was in the studio. And there is no interview that he did. But then he comes to Philly to finish the thing, and you're featured again.
How about that?
Wow. Okay. Pretty
There you
cool.
go.
If you
he in
find
any
out
other
the name of
movies?
that, please let me know.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
It's
Find
okay.
the name.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
definitely. And you asked if I was in any other movies too?
Well,
Raiders of the Lost Ark. I have a small
Yeah.
part in that.
2 Girls, a Cup, and a TJ?
That's true. And Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the
Gone with the
DJ.
Wind.
True.
Gone with the Presbo.
I don't know nothing about no radio.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's the only line I remember from Gone with the Wind right now.
And frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Yes, and I swear by God is my witness.
Yes.
I'll never
be hungry again.
Yes.
Got it?
Scarlet.
You're a little tramp.
You little whore.
Want to bang you 9 ways to Sunday. And I'm going to do it, too, with my false teeth in.
Scarlett O'Hara. I met a drag queen once named Harlot O'Scara.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my God, I love that.
What a great name.
Our little
Just
scare.
made me think of
That's
that.
fantastic.
One
All
of my favorites was Carlotta Tendon.
Carlotta Tennant, yeah. Yeah, gay bingo, most definitely.
Magnificent.
All right, letter of the day, Sa.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
E as in energize.
All right, we're going to take caller 3. Little number, 215-263-WMMR. If you know that word of the week, you win the word of the week prize, and we'll tell you what that is in just a moment. In the meantime, we'll find out what Pierre has in store for today's program.
Well, Foo Fighters just went on sale as of 10 a.m., so we have our final pair on my program of the tickets for Hershey Park next July. It's so far away, and yet there it is. Next July, they will play there, and tickets went on sale as of 10 a.m., so we've got one more pair and a giant block of the Foo Fighters to get to. Also, a block of Van Halen. We lost Eddie today, 3 years ago.
Oh, my God.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, time flies. You took the amazing story of Gene Simmons running into Eddie on the street in L.A. some point, and he just casually is continuing to smoke as he's telling Gene about his cancer. Wild. Anyway, we've got that. We will have Crumb Bum Cash at noon and 3 and 5 o'clock, and a workforce block of Rush, because tickets, as you also mentioned, went on sale for the Getty book signing appearance at the Met, which will be way cool.
Yeah, very much so. By the way, Marissa got the name. It's called Run, Greg, Run. That's the name of the documentary. It's about Greg Cohen suffering from scleroderma.
Oh, scleroderma is
Yeah.
it was Bob Saget's sister passed away from that. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we'll see if we can get the third caller. It's Cindy. So we are going to go to Cindy on the phones. Hi, Cindy.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. All right, Cindy, do you know the word of the week?
I do. It's
What is it?
pride.
Pride.
Day and night, something.
You got it right. Hang on the line, Cindy. We are going to set you up with a VIP package for two. Taste Philadelphia of food, wine, and spirits. October 20th and 21st. Valley Forge Casino Resort plus hotel stay for Friday night. Live cooking demonstrations, drinking and mingling with local sports legends, and meeting your friend. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia star Glenn Howerton as he signs bottles of Four Walls whiskey. It's 21 and over event with over 120 exhibitors to sample and taste. Tickets at Philly Taste Festival, or PhillyTasteFest.com, by the way. Thank you to the sponsors of our program. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, Greg Proops, who you know from just, what was it called? Whose Line Is It Anyway? Awesome. We've had him here before. And several other guests that we're working on that we will reveal next week when we get back. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, and make sure you take advantage of some of the fall activities this weekend.
Yes.
All right. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Thank you.